starts with a question, a better way. Something worth building, something worth changing. A spark becomes motion, a few become more. You take what you believe in and open the door. One step, one voice, one reason to begin. When purpose finds momentum, that's when possibility kicks in. We're built for more than a moment, more than before. Built with a reason, built to endure. We grow what matters, we open the door. Built on purpose, we're built for more. Oh yeah, turn waste into value, turn barriers around, put power in places where hope can be found. Bring capital closer, bring new voices through, make room at the table for something new. One dream, one chance, then somebody believes. And when we build together, there's more that we can achieve. We're built for more than a moment, more than before. Built with a reason, built to endure. We grow what matters, we open the door. Built on purpose, we're built for more. We're built for more. We're built for more. More ways forward, more hands raised, more good growing, more lives changed, more doors opening, more voices heard, more ideas becoming more than just words. And success can mean what we choose it for. When what we build is built for more. More than a moment, more than before. Built with a reason, built to endure. We grow what matters, we open the door. Built on purpose, we're built for more. Built for more. Built for more. What we build can matter. What we grow can endure.
Raising capital, it's not just marketing.
It's securities law.
Most deals, they don't fail because of the returns that are offered.
They fail because of compliance mistakes.
And that's what we do
Every day, we help entrepreneurs raise money the right way.
before problems ever start. If you're raising capital,
Talk to Crowdfunding Lawyers first.
Quit, lend me your ear. I can make your memories disappear. Let me turn enemies into daily beloved round trip when you barely recover. Game changer.
Digital Niche Agency is the top investor acquisition agency. DNA has helped founders raise over 9 figures via regulated investment crowdfunding with a 3-pronged strategy using digital advertising, content marketing, and strategic outreach. Book a call today.
The CFPA advocates and advances the regulated investment crowdfunding industry. This October, join founders, investors, platforms, and policymakers in Washington, D.C. for the Regulated Investment Crowdfunding Summit. Register now at ricsummit.org.
Behind today's biggest crowdfunding raises, the leading CPA firm for Reg CF, Reg A, and Reg D compliance.
Trusted.
Experienced.
Set apart.
Eureka! How can I save money on a patent? That's it. Menlo Park Patents.
Equity Stock Transfer, a net global finance company. Learn more at equitystock.com.
Biggest news of the year in the business community, and holy Toledo, I was muted. Thank heaven Jen turned me on. We're excited. we're ready to go, believe it or not, and we're looking forward to a great day. We've got 3 full days of community, capital, and caffeine ready to go. This is going to be so much fun. I want to encourage you to stick around. I'm going to take a deep breath, and I'm going to kind of walk you through some of what's on the agenda. I mean, this is really amazing stuff. We have just one great speaker, panel, event after another. Let me give you some fundamentals. We are streaming to television, right? We're on SuperCrowd TV. We're on E360 TV. We're also on LinkedIn, YouTube, Substack. On the event website, you can find a watch page. It's not hard to find a place to watch. But here, the real secret to enjoying SuperCrowd26 is to get the executive access ticket. The executive access ticket is going to allow you to have the opportunity to network in meaningful ways with the speakers, the sponsors, the Purpose-Built 100 winners, and the other VIP ticket holders who buy their executive access tickets. They're just $50, and they get you 3 full days, not only of the content, but really it's the behind-the-scenes networking that is of real value. If you're an entrepreneur looking for investors, boy, we got a number of active angel investors on the program. We're inviting them to engage fully in the networking. You may see them. We also have all kinds of people in the Reg CF world. Remember, everyone is a potential investor. So it's an incredibly valuable forum for entrepreneurs who are or may be raising capital in the future. Of course, it's also valuable for investors. If you are looking to meet entrepreneurs who are making a difference in the world and building something that scales, you want to be in the room with the Purpose-Built 100 winners. These are some amazing companies. Some are public. Some are headed toward becoming public. Others may never become public, but are still great investments potentially. So I want to encourage you to lean in a little bit and participate fully in what we've got going on today and over the next 3 days, really. So if you are an executive access ticket holder, I want to encourage you to join the Zoom. And we'll be sharing some details, some corrected details about that Zoom link here in a few minutes. But we'll be loading that, aware of a problem there, but stand by. We'll have that Zoom room open for our executive lounge within just a few minutes. In fact, it's open now. But we'll make sure that you know how to get in there in a few minutes. The key to accessing everything, if you are an executive access ticket holder, if you are a speaker, sponsor, if you are a member of the SuperCrowd and have upgraded to Impact membership, you get a free executive access ticket. So visit new.thesupercrowd.com/me. Shannon, I think you may have a short link for us to share, but visit 4sc.fun. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, there it is. 4sc.us YIOMAA. Okay. All righty. Thanks, Shannon. But scan that QR code there. It's the craziest short link I've ever seen. Grab that short link, that QR code, and that is your starting place for getting access as an executive access ticket holder, speaker, sponsor, or other bigwig, okay? Start there, and we'll have the information about the Zoom in there shortly, and then you can join the Zoom. There is also, in addition, at that same link, there is a whole networking environment. And so the executive access ticket holders, our Founders Circle ticket holders as well, get the opportunity to get in there and set up a profile, network with other people, and really have some fun over the next several days with those of us who are on the program. It's going to be great. Let me walk you through a little bit of the program. We'll start off in just a few minutes with Scott McIntyre, who is the Vice Chair of the Crowdfunding Professional Association, and a big deal. I'll tell you more about him in a few minutes, but he has been around the crowdfunding nonprofit social impact world for his entire career. He is as passionate about this stuff as anyone I know, and he's going to help us kick off the theme for this whole event, and I'm excited to have him do that. We will then be hearing from a great speaker. Richard Robinette is a powerhouse lawyer who will be walking us through legal strategies for impact success. We're then going to be hearing from one of our Purpose-Built 100 winners. I'm so excited. We have a lot of Purpose-Built 100 winners on the program. Our first one will be today at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. That's Oriana Bretschker. She'll be talking about her work at AquaCycle and the work at cleaning industrial wastewater. It's really going to be pretty incredible. It's going to be a lot of fun. So this is something you just do not want to miss. We'll have a conversation then with a group of attorneys who are talking about, we'll be talking about there's a lot going on in my world. Sorry. So we'll be talking about raising capital without regrets. We've got a great panel discussion coming up with some excellent lawyers. Then one of the highlights of SuperCrowd events is that oftentimes we are blessed to have Ron Miller. He is the chairman of StartEngine and one of the co-founders. So StartEngine, one of the most successful, prominent players in the regulation crowdfunding space, and increasingly with a footprint that extends far beyond regulation crowdfunding in the startup ecosystem. He'll be here. They just announced yesterday another acquisition. He'll be here to talk to us this afternoon. But the whole event is just full of great content like this. For me, the highlights will include sharing opportunities to hear from people who are Purpose-Built 100 winners like Oriana. And that's significant because our theme is that impact scales. And these are folks who are proving that. They have developed models that make the world a better place in one way or another, oftentimes in multiple ways, all simultaneously. Reducing costs, reducing environmental impacts, reducing energy usage. I mean, there's so many different ways that people are making a difference in the world. It's really inspiring, and you'll love seeing the profiles of these companies. And we'll be at noon each day. We will share profiles of roughly a third of the companies that are Purpose-Built 100 winners. One of my favorites is, I will just tell you, just have a weird personal connection to Figs. Figs is a company that was built on a kind of a one-for-one premise, giving away scrubs that are antimicrobial kinds of scrubs, developed back in the early aughts. Well, I guess they were launched like in 2011, 2012. I had the founders on my show, the early days of the show, very earliest days, in fact, the first 6 months of the show. I've been doing the show now for a dozen years. A lot has happened to this face in the last dozen years. Let me tell you, it's kind of funny to watch that old episode. But I'm going to share my episode with the Figs founders. It's kind of embarrassing to watch amateur Devin in his early days doing the show. Not that I'm great now, but a little better, I'd like to think. So it's kind of funny to watch that. But it's amazing to see these founders at the earliest stage of their business. Now you say, well, okay, well, that's great. So you talk to them, and now they have a bigger business. Yeah. It's like really big. Like last year, they did $631 million of revenue, right? They went public on the New York Stock Exchange in 2021. This is a company that is a big deal, right? These are super successful entrepreneurs, and we're kind of going to jump in at that 1 o'clock hour today. One of the features that will be my interview with the Figs founders from 2013. I think you'll enjoy that. I want to invite you to stick around for that. But they are the perfect example of how working on better scrubs, fundamentally enhanced, better fitting, more comfortable, better looking antimicrobial scrubs that were just a leap forward in the scrubs business. And they have built a massive business making and selling those scrubs and related products. The scrubs are still, I was looking at the data last night, 80% of their revenue after all these years, a phenomenal business. And so our Purpose-Built 100 winners are at various stages of that trajectory. Let's be real. Some are earlier stage, growing faster. Others are more mature, still growing, still expanding. I think the biggest company on the list is a company called Sunrun with nearly $2 billion in revenue. Big company. Impact scales, right? And so there are investors in this world. And in fact, there's an element of our human nature that tends to think that if we're going to be investing in something that is a good for the world, that, golly, if it's going to be good for the world, I must have to sacrifice. And so investing really is a donation. It's not an investment. I want you to see over the next 3 days how clearly wrong that is. So we can all get it into our brains that impact scales, and we are not required to make a sacrifice to be impact investors. And the crowdfunding space allows us to do that without having the opportunity to be in the game, right? We can actually do this. So anyway, I'm excited now to introduce you to our first speaker. Scott, you need to turn on your echo cancellation so that when other people, Scott, you need to turn on your echo cancellation. There's a setting for that. Check your settings wheel on the screen there and turn on echo cancellation. It's under your audio settings. In the meantime, I will introduce you, my friend, because you are a big deal, and we are just thrilled and excited to be able to introduce you to our community now as our first speaker of the day. Let me pull this up properly. Scott McIntyre has been building this industry before most of us knew it had a name. Scott McIntyre co-founded the Crowdfunding Professional Association and is now serving his 9th term as its chair, 9 terms, which tells you everything about how his colleagues remind him he is the founder of WeEconomy, dedicated to sustainable economics for communities in crisis, and the U.S. State Department once sent him to the European Union's finance ministers on alternative finance. A lifetime entrepreneur with a servant's heart. Help me welcome now Scott McIntyre. Scott, welcome to the show. We're thrilled to have you on SuperCrowd26.
Always happy to be here, Devin. Thank you for having me, and I look forward to speaking with your public today on broadcasting.
All right.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. This is. You look great, my friend. Let's grab your slides. Just click that share screen button, and let's load them.
All right. It's going to tell me allow, and then it's going to say window. It looks like this one should be good. Yeah. You tell me if you can see my screen.
There you go.
Yeah. Great.
You're cooking with gas, my friend.
All right. I will just get into it then. Thank you, guys. Devin, you're producing yet another groundbreaking event, and it has always been my privilege to participate with so many luminaries that you managed to gather in our growing industry, especially on such an important and positive mission as ours. It is needed. So thank you for doing what you do, and you're as selfless as any of us, and I do not accept half of the nice things that you said to introduce me, but we'll tackle that another day. Anyway, so for all of you here today, the professionals that you'll meet over these next 3 days are simply remarkable. Set aside the wealth of knowledge that they will be sharing with you. They are just genuinely nice people. And I'm humbled to personally know and have worked alongside of so many of them for so long. So it's my pleasure to welcome you to SuperCrowd26. So the theme today, Devin gave me, I could not refuse, and I am honored to open with it because right off the bat, it can be read a number of different ways, all of which I rely on in the course of my day, helping grow all volunteer nonprofits focused on 2 things, equitable finance and economic development. And today's theme is impact scales. And as a verb, you may already know that it means impact grows, reaches farther, touches more lives. I live with the hope that this impact in this context is exponential by nature, and I hope that we're doing our best to prove that's the case. So, but scales is also a noun, and impact is weighed and measured and put on a balance, as it should be, particularly when weighed against the contributions of others in terms of both time and money, which in the case of one of the nonprofits I'll touch on later are actually one and the same. So what we choose to put on that balance determines what can grow, and that's a really, really important common theme amongst what we do, and it really is a decision. It's not something that's forced upon us. This is all volunteer, as I said before, and so the people that you're going to meet today, while many of them are dyed-in-wool capitalists, many of us are also very socially oriented in doing the work that we do without concern for what it may cost us in the short term or long term. So a lot of speakers open by quoting Webster's. For this room, I would rather define impact in my own words, and to me, impact is a set of values that qualify the results of many people working toward a common goal, where profit enjoys lesser consideration perhaps than purpose. Kind of wordy, but as it affects all of us here today, impact has a direct consequence on quality of life. And that's the metric that I prefer to measure the impact of my own work anyway. So for a long time, the term impact lived mostly in the era of philanthropy, but increasingly patient capital is being deployed by foundations and by family offices and others in new ways under the banner of impact investing. Crowdfunding itself is sometimes described as a form of patient capital. Whether or not the entrepreneurs preface that investors be patient is another story. We'll get to that through the course of the next 3 days, I'm sure, by a number of entrepreneurs that you will meet. So an entrepreneur's best friend really is patience. And to be honest, patience is something that you have to endure when you're seeking financing, but it's also something that you need to endure when you're managing others. And I think that's a really critical thing. Early stage founders, in my space anyway, as an entrepreneur, they have to be thick-skinned. We call it grit. And finding patient investors who will support the highest risk stage is something that requires patience. Meanwhile, those same investors typically have a very different sense of patience, a sense of urgency when it comes to being repaid their vital money. So hence the duality of impact scales in this particular context today. So fortunately, this conference celebrates investors who practice patience as a virtue. That quality of life is at least as important as return on investment. And I think that, as impact scales when we finance capacity instead of debt, this is a critical one. I want to go back to that slide because this is something I want to leave with everybody today. Impact scales when we finance capacity instead of debt. And I think that we've become far too concerned with returns. Just the fact that, our administration touts the success of the Dow as a benchmark for the quality of life of all residents is, in my opinion, an affront to statistical gathering. And I will seek to talk a little bit about that as we go as well. So in any event, every organization I'm going to describe today, mine and the ones you're going to hear about across the next 3 days, on this network, is a variation on that single sentence. Each one takes a group of people who have been told the scale may not include them and gives them a way to put their own weight on the scales, not by asking permission, but by building the machinery that makes their contribution legible. Infrastructure. And this is what this story in particular is about. And we didn't invent this. This isn't something that's new. In 1844, 28 weavers in a mill town in northern England, just north of Manchester, where my daughter is currently finishing her degree in finance, put in £1 each and opened a store. 28 people, £1 each. They called themselves the Rochdale Pioneers. And that radical idea was that if the workers pooled their capital, they could buy the flour and sugar their families needed without paying the extractive markup the mill owners took at the company's store. £1 each, 28 people. And today, cooperatives like Rochdale serve over 1 billion members worldwide. And it's been a lot bigger than it is right now, but we're hopeful that co-ops of this sort are going to have a resurgence. So the pattern repeated itself every generation since. Feline in the credit unions, for instance, Roosevelt in the rural electrification cooperatives. Every time ordinary people were told that they were not creditworthy, they were not sophisticated enough, they were not organized enough to matter to the market, every time someone built the legal machinery and let them pool their capital and their labor, and they proved otherwise. That same sentiment inspired the men and women behind crowdfunding movement itself, some of whom, most notably my good friend Jenny Castano, who you will meet during this event, will be speaking with you over the next 3 days. So I guess, 1 billion people is a big deal, right? And I want you to look at that number for a moment. And just as Rochdale may have set a trend, it continued. And I even, recall, although I was pretty young in the 60s, things did change. And I think that one of the things that we need to take from that time was that not everything was right, but we did a lot of things in the right direction, and it really started to stack up because it made a bet that we have largely stopped making, and that is room for one of the few places still making it. So President Kennedy, in his first months in office, created Peace Corps by executive order. His successor extended the logic. Job Corps in 1964, Vista in 1965, AmeriCorps decades later. The premise was consistent, and it's the same premise I want to carry through the next 3 days of programming. Public investment in human capacity is the multiplier. Not welfare, not charity, capacity. Trust plus training plus a legal pathway to contribute. Kennedy and his generation had watched their parents build the greatest expansion of the American middle class in history, through the GI Bill, through federally guaranteed home loans, through land-grant universities, through rural electrification. They had seen in their own lifetime what happens when the public sector finances the capacity of ordinary people to build their own futures. For one generation, we did more of that. Then the pendulum swung, and we were told the market would do all that for us. Well, as you may know, it did not. And as you may or may not have seen the numbers, or the media channels you may follow may not present them similarly, I will recite just one statistic, and that is that 72% of Americans today live paycheck to paycheck. And if you're a parent like me, that number should cause you grave concern. Frankly, it should shock you. It outrages me, and that motivates me. But here's where I want you, to notice about SuperCrowd, about the movement Devin has built around it. Every founder, every investor, every ecosystem builder you will see on this broadcast across the next 3 days is doing what the public sector used to do. You are financing capacity. You are betting on ordinary people. You are running Peace Corps and rural electrification and Job Corps out of your own balance sheets and your own working weeks, your time, because the public sector stopped. That, in my opinion, is heroic, but it is also insufficient, and it points to the next thing. And so the next thing for me is really a fairly organic roadmap. Devin introduced me as executive director of WeEconomy. That's one of the 4 all-volunteer nonprofits that I serve, and I asked him if it would help this discussion to give a quick tour of those other 4 that I'm involved in, because each one is a different-sized experiment with the same underlying thesis. The first of my adventures landed me on a 14-year rocket ship called the Crowdfunding Professional Association, which Devin mentioned, cfpa.org, for anyone that's interested in checking out what we do. You're all welcome. I have been proud to serve beside some of the brightest minds driving crowdfunding here and abroad. And then here's a number that matters. Since Title III took effect in May of 2016, over 2 million ordinary Americans have invested more than $2 billion into over 8,000 American companies. And the typical retail investor put in roughly $1,800 at risk. That's not a huge amount for a lot of investors, common investors, but for people that are doing the work, living every day and not saving a lot, that is a big deal. Billions of job creating dollars, $1,800. Not wealthy, not accredited investors, everyday people backing businesses that they want to flourish in their own communities. That is impact scaling. And it happens because a small group of volunteers spent years building the legal machinery. These are the colleagues that you're going to meet today. Brian Belay, our current CFPA president, is one of them. Woody Neese, one of the founders of the CFPA and a tremendous individual in our space, is another. Ron Miller, who Devin already mentioned at StartEngine. And Levy Brackman, a CFPA board member currently and CEO at Invone. These are all the types of people you're going to see in the broadcast this week, and you are watching literally in real time the operating system of American community capital run by the people who built it. So I will talk a little bit more about these companies, but let's just do a little bit of a dive on a couple of them. So the Global Equity Crowdfunding Alliance, this is an organization where we see what we've done in the United States was of terrific popularity. I spoke in many continents and to tens of thousands of people. And just about every time I met, a lot of the same people were there. And they always said the same thing is, why don't we do what we're doing in the U.S. everywhere else so that maybe I can invest in companies there and not just necessarily here? This is what we're working on at GECA. And as we get deeper into the stories of these companies, WeEconomy is obviously one that I'm very proud of. Devin had mentioned it just a little bit. And the essence with WeEconomy is that I like to ask one question. And it's okay if you think that money makes the world go round. You're entitled to that opinion. But why does it have to be their money? And I think this is a big issue that a lot of people face when confronted with the lack of knowledge on finance and accounting, where money even comes from. And this is a big issue. I won't get into the details, but I have spent 14 years betting that Americans, like the ones that have bet on Title III crowdfunding, are right. So, there's a lot of things that we can talk about in the course of this day, and I think that we're going to have a lot of opportunity to describe what it is when a community can issue its own power, when it can grab its own power, in the case of WeEconomy, issue its own currency, a no-interest currency that converts essentially the fear of personal ruin, the fear that most entrepreneurs face at some point when they take other people's money and they have to, show up and get it done. And that's a real big deal. And I'm looking forward to telling you a little bit more about that another time. So the last nonprofit that I recently founded last year is called Music Minion Foundation. And it is launched in Detroit, where I come from. And this is a hybrid 501c3 with a for-profit cooperative as a subsidiary, and we designed it specifically for that purpose because the people we serve at Music Minion are the ones who make everything you love about American music and yet get almost back nothing for their work. Streaming pays a fraction of a cent per play, labels extract money, platforms extract money, venues extract money, and it doesn't have to be this way. So Music Minion we set up to basically be a very small application of a very old idea, and that co-op members can own a share of the industry that they finance by default. Fans use our app to discover and support local musicians in venues and become patrons by default. And artists use our platform at zero cost. All that money stays local, recirculates over and over, unlike money being spent, for instance, at big box stores, which simply gets evaporated. So with this hybrid model, we can crowdfund membership drives, for instance. We can issue short-term revenue-based investments for people looking for return. And we can also open the door to more rigid capital sources, such as donor-advised funds, program-related investments, etc., all under one structure. This is the type of flexibility that you'll see from the people that are presenting today. And it's remarkable. I mean, I've spent 14 years learning what's possible, and it has been mostly learning for me. But when you put eager fans and cooperatives and artists together, you build the legal and technical machinery for a community to own its own infrastructure. And the extractive layers that we're used to grow thinner and thinner by default. So, and the beauty is musicians get to keep enough of what they make to keep making more, and perhaps more importantly, make a living wage doing what they were born to do. So, artists helping artists, that's really what my work is all about with Music Minion. And if anybody's interested in music, please get a hold of me. You'll find my email address at the end of this presentation. So that's exactly how the next generation of American songwriters does not have to be thinking about leaving home in order to be heard. That is how a working musician stops being a commodity and starts becoming a company. And this is really what crowdfunding was designed to do, in my opinion. And I think why we see so many artists using crowdfunding to finance studio efforts, paintings, albums, tours, all that good stuff. So if you want to see another example of what an artist-led capital movement looks like in practice, watch Queen Sheba's featured session on Thursday morning, Poetry versus Hip Hop. A remarkable effort doing what they should not have to do, but they do it anyway. Different medium, same instinct. So here's what I want you to carry into the next 3 days of this broadcast. Impact scales when we finance capacity instead of debt. And this graphic that you see kind of examples what that looks like. Finance capacity, scale impact, and then enjoy the compounded returns. It's no different than investing in conventional marketplaces. It's just that the benefits that you get are not always just money. Their pride, their sense of social cohesion, they are resilience and diversity within the local business community. And you're going to see over the next 27 hours of programming, 74 participants answering that sentence in 74 very different ways. Founders who built without asking permission, investors who bet on capacity when nobody else would, ecosystem builders who wrote the legal machinery that made everything you are watching possible. And on Thursday, Devin will crown the Purpose-Built 100, the 100 fastest growing purpose-driven companies in America. That is not a list of exceptions, that is proof of the thesis. The scale, the noun, the balance has been tilted for a long time. Our job is not to argue that it should be reweighted. Our job is to build the machinery that lets ordinary people put their own weight on it. That is what the founders on this stage are doing. That is what the investors watching are funding. And that is what Devin has built SuperCrowd to celebrate. And it is what every one of you watching in your own field, on your own scale, is capable of doing next. 2 million Americans have already voted with their dollars for a different economy. They're not waiting for permission. They're the real reason that impact scales in both senses of the word. And I've spent 14 years betting that they were right. Welcome to SuperCrowd26. I cannot wait to see what you build.
Fantastic. My gosh. It is just an amazing introduction to the event. Scott, thank you so much. I couldn't have asked for someone to kick us off better than that. I loved the way you were able to tether your remarks to such a perfectly grounded connection to the Purpose-Built 100 with poetry versus hip hop. I connected with Queen Sheba a few years ago. We spent a week traveling in a small group internationally. It was an amazing experience, and she is just an amazing human being who channels the same goodness that you do in a very different way. And I think it was remarkable to me that you're able to see that in her, and I'm excited for the rest of the community to meet her. Thank you for kicking us off so well. I'm now going to introduce our next speaker, and boy, golly, let me just tell you, our next speaker is an amazing guy. He's an amazing guy. I consider him a friend, but certainly a wise man in the crowdfunding space. You know, that it takes not only good legal knowledge, but great strategy to really be good about lawyering it, and Richard is. If you've ever wondered whether great legal work can be genuinely practical, Richard Robinette's the guy, let me tell you. He's a partner at Dodson Robinette, branded the Crowdfunding Lawyers, and Richard advises founders on securities offerings, entity formation, real estate transactions, and is recognized for a deal-focused approach that gets people to actually get closing with clarity instead of confusion. He earned his law degree cum laude from Northwestern University, an amazing school, and served as an extern to a federal judge. He's a big deal. He also cooks enormous meals for the family and friends, and I consider that a credential. Please welcome my friend Richard Robinette.
Thank you so much, Devin, and I hope you didn't oversell me here, but I appreciate the kind words, and looking forward to get the presentation on. Let me see if I can get my slides up on the screen, and we'll get going. And yes, I love to cook, so if y'all are in Colorado Springs, come by and let me put some barbecue on the smoker and make great things happen. So today I want to talk about crafting legal strategies for impact success, structuring mission-driven capital raises. I am an attorney, despite my long hair, hippie appearance. I am in good standing with the State Bar of Texas, and my firm does securities offerings nationwide. We help lots of founders and capital raisers raise money safely and legally. I am an attorney, however, so I must give my mandatory disclaimer. This is not legal advice. This is just for your information only. There is much more nuance to everything I'm going to say. It's a gross oversimplification. And if this were legal advice, you'd be paying me a lot more to be speaking with you right now. So with that out of the way, I'm going to teach you everything you need to know about securities law. And that is, selling securities is illegal. Except when it's not. Thank you. Thank you for attending my presentation. You're all so kind. No, I'm kidding. The securities law is basically a classic government licensing scheme. They have taken away your right to do something, and they are willing to sell it back to you. And the way they do that is through securities registration. The Securities Act of 1930 says that all securities offered in the United States must be registered with the SEC and applicable state securities regulators. This, of course, will take 6 months to a year. It will cost you upward of $1 million in legal and professional fees, and that totally makes sense when you need to raise $250,000 to open a coffee shop. Actually, it doesn't, and unfortunately, there are exemptions from securities registration, and that's generally where we play. So the securities laws and the SEC have given us an absolute alphabet soup of exemptions under which we can operate and sell securities without having to go through the entire registration process. So how do we choose one of these exemptions? Well, When I work with my clients, I start with a few questions. I kind of start with the end in mind, and my first question is always, who are your investors going to be? What type of people are they? So are they accredited investors? And for our purposes today, accredited just means high income or high net worth. These are the well-to-do. It's about 18% of the U.S. population is considered accredited. Or are they sophisticated investors? That means an investor who may not have the net worth or the income to be accredited, but they at least have some experience investing, some education in business and finance, and they generally know what they're doing when they get into a deal. Or are they just members of the general public? Are they just Joe Everyman? And so depending on who your investors might be helps guide us into what exemptions we want to take advantage of. Similarly, where are your investors? How are we going to find them? Are these people that are in your private network? Do you have a Rolodex of people you can just call and fill your deal? Or do you have, a community? I'm guessing because this is SuperCrowd, most of the people viewing with their businesses are going to have a tight-knit community of supporters and customers who may become their investors, right? Or maybe you don't know, and you'd come to my office and you say, the investors must be somewhere, and that's fine. We can work with that. But this is kind of where we start. So let me shift into some of the specific regulations. I'm going to start with Regulation D. Regulation D is the big dog. This is the one that is the overwhelming majority of private securities offerings. Reg D has many, many rules, but there's two main ones, 506B and 506C. B, I remember B for Buddy. It's an unlimited offering amount. We can raise as much money as we can possibly handle, but we can't advertise. This is why B for Buddy, because it's got to be people that you already have a relationship with that you're approaching with your offering. We're not advertising. We're not doing billboards and social media or any of that. We can have a limited number of sophisticated investors. So they don't have to be accredited, they don't have to be rich, but they at least need to know what they're getting into. And then 506C, similar to 506B, I can also raise an unlimited amount of money, and I can advertise. I can get on social media and say, click my link and join my deal. And that's fine. You've probably seen, Grant Cardone do TikTok videos telling people to, if you got $250, click my link, man. That's a 506C offering that he's doing. Now, the catch here is no unaccredited investors. None of the unwashed masses are allowed to be in the deal. This is for the well-to-do. And we have to verify that people are actually accredited. We can't just take their word for it. Now, it's not a big deal. There are websites that let you verify investors. The most prominent is creatively named verifyinvestor.com. I'm not endorsed by them or anything, but that is a common one people use. And for, I think it's $150 a pop, you can have them confirm objectively that someone's accredited. Now, to put Reg D in perspective, the entire world of private securities sold every year is about $4 trillion. Trillion with a T, that's massive. And that absolutely dwarfs IPOs. Like even, with the SpaceX initial initial public offering, private securities market just dwarfs this, right? And of that $4 trillion that's raised in the private markets, about 60% of that is 506B. And this other little wedge, a little bit more of that is 506C, and then this blue area on my pie chart is everything else. I tried to put in Reg CF and Reg A, which we're going to talk about in a second. I literally cannot find software capable of drawing a wedge thin enough to represent Reg CF and Reg A compared to Reg D and the rest of the market. So Reg D is really the vast majority of deals. Now, the next exemption I want to talk about is crowdfunding. And crowdfunding is actually probably going to be super popular among this group because this is SuperCrowd, and we're talking about a lot of community-based raising. Now, when we say crowdfunding, a lot of people think of Kickstarter, Indiegogo, GoFundMe. That's not what we're talking about. Kickstarter and Indiegogo are pre-sales of products. GoFundMe is donations. We're not talking about that kind of crowdfunding. We are talking about regulated investment crowdfunding. And there's actually a regulation CF, or regulation crowdfunding. So we have A and D and S and all these regulations, and they have one, they just spelled it out, regulation crowdfunding. And under regulation crowdfunding, you can raise up to $5 million a year, so we're not unlimited. But $5 million is nothing to sneeze at, right? Anyone can invest. We don't care if you're accredited, sophisticated, or if you're just Joe Dirt, you can invest in a CF offering. And the only limitation is how much can you invest if you're not accredited. So if you're not accredited, there's kind of a complicated formula that you can invest either 5 or 10% of your net worth or 5 to 10% of your income. As opposed to Reg D. Reg D limited the number of unaccredited investors. Here it's the amount of money. Now, interests on crowdfunding must be sold through a FINRA-registered crowdfunding portal or through a broker-dealer. Broker-dealer is just someone licensed to sell securities for someone else. We can publicly solicit with some content restrictions. So they have this thing called a tombstone advertisement, which is just the facts. The name, you know, the company, how much we're raising, where you can find information is pretty much what we're allowed to put on this tombstone. And then, so all that advertising is directing people to the platform or to the crowdfunding portal. And it's on the portal where like the real advertising happens. And let me tell you all about the great things in the deal and how much money you're going to make. And here's all the documents and the pitch deck and that kind of stuff. We do submit these offerings to the SEC, but the SEC doesn't actually review them. They just host them on Edgar. And unless there's problems that crop up, we're not, the SEC's not really scrutinizing us. Okay, that's regulation crowdfunding. Regulation A is our next exemption, or Reg A, not to be confused with Reg A. It's also called the mini IPO because the process for doing it is kind of similar to going public. Not quite as in-depth or burdensome, but it's a similar process. You can raise up to $75 million a year. So if you have a bigger operation that you need to go to the crowd for, and $5 million ain't gonna cut it, Regulation A might be the way you want to go. We can generally solicit, we can advertise, anyone can invest again, and kind of like regulation crowdfunding, the unaccredited investors are limited how much they can invest. For a simpler formula, and why they have two different formulas for these, I don't know. It's silly, but that's what they did. Now, a Reg A offering does have to be qualified by the SEC. So the offering is submitted to the SEC is going to review it. They're going to come back with questions, or they're going to ask you to make changes. And there's kind of a back and forth for several months. But eventually, they will say, yes, you are qualified. That's not approved. We might sue you later, but we're going to let you, we're not going to stop you now. And they'll let you go forward and raise money. All right, so a big question, because again, this is SuperCrowd and we are, doing impact investing. Does impact actually matter? And the answer is no and yes. As far as the law goes, securities law is impact neutral. We don't have incentives for opportunity zones or for serving underserved communities or for environmental impact or anything the way maybe like tax law and other areas of law have. Securities law doesn't care. No perks for being mission driven. But we still want to consider impact when we're deciding how we want to navigate securities regulations. So when you're an impact investor, you kind of have two things you got to sell. You got to show your financial viability, and you've got to show mission integrity. You got to show that you're actually doing good with your investment. And the narrative that you craft should match how you're raising capital. So what does your capital raising strategy say to your prospective investors? What does it say about the kind of company you are? And with whom are you trying to build trust in the marketplace? So real quick, let's just look at two different kinds of businesses. So on the one hand, maybe we've got a sustainable energy provider. And on the other hand, maybe we have a more social justice enterprise that's serving marginalized communities or something of that nature, right? Sustainable energy provider needs scale. They've got to go big. They're going to have massive capital needs. They're going to have infrastructure, right? Their narrative may be something, really going for it, like this is the end of big oil, right? That kind of company is probably going to go after deeper pockets, right? They're probably going to be looking at more institutional investing, at least to get started. And once they have some momentum, they might open up to retail investors. A social justice enterprise, on the other hand, is going to be more community oriented. They're going to be more locally focused. They're going to be want to be among the people, right? And they may be, because of their mission or their political persuasion, they may be adverse to big money interests. They don't want to take money from the billionaire class. They want to build things from the grassroots, right? The narrative might be David versus Goliath. So that company is not going to family offices and institutional investors. They're going out to the community. And so that should also help steer how we want to raise money, who we want to approach, and from a legal standpoint, what regulations we want to operate under. All right, so with that all in mind, where do we go? We go right to my super self-serving slide, which is you should consult with a securities attorney. I happen to know a few. I shouldn't need to remind people, but I often do need to remind people, the internet is not a securities attorney. And in the last few years, I've actually had to modify this and also remind people that ChatGPT is not a securities attorney. If ChatGPT makes a mistake, it does not have errors and omissions insurance to help you with your losses in the event there is malpractice there. So to wrap things up, my name is Richard Robinette. My firm is called Crowdfunding Lawyers. My contact information, I'm crazy. Here's my cell phone. I know we just met, and this is crazy, but here's my number. Call me maybe. I'd love to talk with all of you. If you have questions, feel free to email me. Feel free to call me. I love talking about this stuff. And with that, I think I came in under the time, Devin.
You did, my friend. You did. I am thrilled to appreciate your insights, and I'm excited to ask you a few follow-up questions because I think this is so important. You know, we in the crowdfunding community love to talk about the big numbers, like $2 billion raised. And while I'm asking this, I'm going to just prompt Chandon to reach out to our next speaker, who's not here in the studio yet, to make sure we get her lined up because she's an important part of the program. But that $2 billion, you talked about this. You can't even draw the line thin enough to represent that slice. How do you see your clients navigating that hard decision where it seems like a crowdfunding offering open to everyone has some advantages, but on the other hand, everyone is, using Reg D. How are you seeing your clients make that decision? What's going on in their heads? How are they thinking through that?
The biggest decision is, who are my investors? How am I going to find them, right? So if I have my network of investors in my hand already, and I can make a few phone calls and raise the money I need to, Reg D is the least friction for doing that. It's the easiest regulation to navigate. It has the least amount of disclosures. The only filings we do are a filing with the SEC that says we're doing an offering and we're going to raise as much money. And then we do filings in the states where we raise money. So if I bring in an investor from Texas, I do a quick filing in Texas and then Missouri or whatever. And that's it. And the filings are just, hi, I'm raising money in the state. Goodbye. So there's very little oversight. There's very little we have to navigate. If I'm dealing with unaccredited investors, there are some disclosure requirements. I may have to do GAAP financials or audited financials. But compared to Reg A or Reg CF, it is the easiest, and that's why everyone gravitates there. CF and A come into play where I don't have those investors right away. I need to reach out and I need to advertise, or I need to rely on a large number.
You're supposed to be in the studio now.
Sorry, I think Devin was trying to get the next thing going. So I muted you, Devin. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Live television.
I interrupted your flow, but Richard, that was great. That is exactly the information I was trying to elicit from you, because I find this really challenging to understand. I'm so passionate about crowdfunding, not only from the standpoint of empowering entrepreneurs, but empowering investors, right? Ordinary investors are excluded from this huge chunk of the capital markets, and crowdfunding is our doorway into that world.
Absolutely.
And as one who's made, I've made over 100 investments in that space. And, it's early days. I started doing this 5 years ago. I can't prove that my portfolio beats the stock market, but it sure looks like it to me, even though I've had some flameouts, right? I also have had a lot of people who paid me back every penny of a contract with interest over and over again, paid off, done, in the record books. And so it is really, a place that, for me, seems to be working very, very well. And so
yeah, and it's an opportunity, I think, to really get to know the companies you're investing in. Like like public companies, most of us are just trusting a fund manager, right? A mutual fund manager to pick companies for us, right? Whereas when it's crowdfunded, and these are, local businesses, or these are businesses that are, part of an industry that we believe in because it has impact, like, we're going to look a lot more closely. We're going to really watch our investments and be able to make more informed decisions, because we have access to the issuers, and they will talk to us and say, they'll answer our questions and say, yes, this is how my business works. This is, I can explain the finances to you, or whatever. And you can't do that with Coca-Cola. You can't do that with big public companies you're investing in. So the accessibility is great. The law has changed over the years. The most recent change was around 2020, 2021, where they've really opened it up to more mom and pop investors, and not just restricting it to the rich and well-to-do. So it's changing, and hopefully we continue heading this direction of democratizing private investments and not making it just the playground for the rich.
One of the things that I'm proud of is that 18 companies on the Purpose-Built 100 list have raised capital from the crowd, and 4 are doing it right now this minute. So it is, I think, a valuable tool, especially for impact players. But Richard, thank you so much for being here. We just are thrilled with your insights. And, you're a big deal. And we appreciate you making time for us. And we appreciate your financial support. You're our biggest sponsor. We're grateful for that, and really appreciate the difference you make in our ecosystem. So thank you very, very much. With that, Will, thank you for being here. And I'm excited now to introduce our next guest, our next speaker. Went from physics and astronomy through aerospace to a PhD in materials science, and then pointed all of it at wastewater. Dr. Oriana Bretschker is CEO and co-founder of Aquacycle, a Cartier Women's Initiative Science and Technology Pioneer Laureate, a National Academy of Sciences New Voices Fellow. And under her leadership, Aquacycle became an Earthshot Prize finalist for decarbonizing industrial wastewater treatment. She's a big deal. She is solving a crisis most of us never see. Please welcome Dr. Oriana Bretschker. Oriana, thank you so much for being here. Oh no, your microphone's not picking up your audio. Let's work on that real quick. It'll be important for us to be able to hear you. Check that settings wheel underneath the pictures of us, and click on the audio menu, and make sure the right microphone is selected. It apparently is picking up the wrong thing. Not hearing you yet. Keep trying. There we go. Say something.
Got it?
Yeah, now that's working. Take it away.
Okay.
Take it away.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for that lovely introduction, and thank you so much for the pleasure to be here today. and speak to you all about something I'm extremely passionate about, which is wastewater. And so I believe all of you are seeing my screen at this point. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. So just a little bit about AquaCycle. So AquaCycle is the company that my co-founder and I founded. We launched at the end of 2016. We are located in Southern California, just outside of San Diego. So we're in Escondido. And we also have offices in Europe and Leeuwarden in the Netherlands. We're a team of about 18 folks, and we service major brands across the country here in the US as well as in Mexico. All right, advancing slides here. Okay, so wastewater. Who cares? Well, we need to care a lot more than we do. In fact, 90% of all natural global disasters are water related. There's either too much water, there's flooding, there's too little water, there's drought, or the water is just too dirty to use. And that's where AquaCycle comes in. We deal with the dirty. And in fact, the dirtier, the better. In industrial wastewater, which isn't something that we think about on a daily, when I say wastewater, most people think sewage. And this video that you're looking at, which is one that I actually captured, you might think is a sewage treatment plant, but in fact, it's not. It's a candy manufacturing plant. This is their wastewater. And if you look at food and beverage manufacturing, heavy and light manufacturing, there's a lot of wastewater that's generated in the process. But that's why it's all good water. Just have no pollution. And that's what AquaCycle does. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit more about why it's globally and fiscally important. And then I'll talk about the technology we use and why it's different. But first and foremost, industrial processes, industrial wastewater process is a massive global challenge. Across the world, people are facing rising costs, right? Us as consumers as well as the industrials. Just for compliance costs alone in the EU with some of the new regulations, industry's going to have to spend over 200 billion euros, right, just to meet compliance. So 62 billion being spent less. Canada, just the next 4 years. Business risk over $300 billion top risk because of water-related impacts and water-related stress. And then finally, the way that we do waste water today around the world, right, is in fact very unsustainable. Moving and treating water generates more greenhouse gas emissions than the entire shipping industry. And we only treat a small fraction of what is actually generated on a daily basis. So let's look at who's thirsty. So from I'm sure many of you have heard about the data center. The data center build out and the infrastructure need in the water demand for centers. Well, that's all true. But look how far down the list it is. It's number 10. I just like here all the other industries that consume water on a daily basis. And if you look at their full value chain of water consumption, right, throughout all of these industries, not just what they do on a daily basis, right, what happens in their production facility, but their entire supply chain. So looking at food and beverage, that supply chain starts at the seed, right? How do you have to grow the product? So you're talking about a potato chip, you grow the potato. You have to move the potato to a plant. You have to wash the potato. You fry the potato, you put it in a bag, you have to wash all the equipment while you're doing that, following federal regulations. All of that requires water. So what I want you to take away from this particular slide is, while I love the fact that the data center discussion is front and center and bringing awareness to our water-related challenges, these challenges have been around for decades and will persist. We don't start thinking about it holistically. Every industry uses water. Every person, every animal, every plant requires water, right? So let's figure out how we can value this resource appropriately and different ways that we can approach treatment and reuse. So an industrial may discharge to the sewer, or they might have their own treatment plant. I stole this from the city of Springfield. They got a very nice chart about how they're servicing their community. And so they have industrial connections and they have I think the slide didn't advance. They have industrial connections, and then they also have residential connections, and it goes through many, many different treatment processes. And these treatment processes all require some level of biology. But biology requires some stability. And when industrials are discharging into a biological treatment plant, it can cause some challenges. And this is why. Let's see, I don't think the slides are advancing, Devin. Are you able to move this? Should I resend? Well, so an industrial player is going to discharge wastewater at different times throughout the day. So depending on production. So let's say a beverage bottler. A beverage bottler has 4 different bottling lines, and they may produce 30 or 40 different products across those 4 lines. Every time they switch a flavor or they switch a product, they have to discharge wastewater. Now that wastewater ends up in big spikes of pollution right into the drain. And so when those spikes end up at a treatment plant, like you see here, the challenge is for the treatment plant to handle the concentrations that are coming in rapid dynamic variation. Next slide, please. There we go. Okay, so what AquaCycle does is we deal with the spikes. We have an innovative approach to biological treatment, which actually generates electricity at the same time that we're consuming the pollutants in the water. So our product is the bioelectrochemical treatment system. We use naturally existing bacteria that we source from the wastewater that we're treating. And we create an environment for those bacteria to do what we need them to do, as opposed to overgrowing and doing what they want to do. So the goal is you treat water where it's generated, you avoid the pumping cost, you deal with these rapid spikes of pollution during the generation, and we do this with a very small carbon and energy footprint. So we help clients monitor what's coming down the drain in real time. Then we help divert those spikes into our system, which is a packaged plant. It's a standard 40-foot or 20-foot shipping container. We plug and play on the client site. We use our innovative technology to take the pollution out of the water, and we do this with 80% less energy relative to any other technology on the market. And we don't generate a lot of wasted sludge, which is another big problem in wastewater. So we work across a lot of different industries. We've proven this out with many industrial clients, whether we're talking about taking out benzenes or toluenes or MTBEs or some of the really nasty stuff that ends up in wastewater from a lot of different processes, whether we're talking about PFAS or heavy metals or natural and synthetic pain relievers. The next slide is showing you all of the ways that we're able to remediate that. And then finally, right, we've been operating 5 years with one of our Gold Star clients, which is PepsiCo, who's really committed, to their brand in terms of water conservation, reducing consumption as across the board. So they've been an awesome partner. If you can see the next slide that is showing now, it gives you a little bit of the science behind what's happening. But as I mentioned, right, our box creates an environment that selects for these bacteria to generate electricity at the same time that they're consuming the pollution in the water. So what's cool about this is that there's no methane. We control how the biology grows so they don't overgrow more of themselves. And it's very consistent. We can drain these things out for a couple of months. We can shock them with cleaning chemicals. We can bleach them. And after 48 hours, they come right back to where they were because it's a fixed film system and they're extremely robust. So we take these little BET reactors, which are the size of a car battery, and we stack them together like Legos inside a shipping container. And so you've got racks of these reactors. They operate with lots of hydraulics, control systems, and we're always monitoring. Because these systems generate an electrical current, we're able to monitor the health and performance of these systems in real time, which means we don't need a full-time operator, which means the client never has to touch it, which means we really simplify the whole process. Our clients actually realize between a 12 and 24 month return on investment on average, or a 20 to 30% reduction on OPEX overall. One of our clients actually realized a 5-month return on investment working with us. This is what it looks like in the wild. This is actually a tequila distillery, another wonderful client of ours. And we've worked across a variety of different applications and industries over the years. We've got terrific partners, trusted investors, some of whom are on this call. Lovely to see you. 21 installations over the last 10 years, over 20 years of technology development, TRL9 patented, with a global footprint, with global brands. And so we're very pleased to be able to raise more awareness about these challenges we're facing in water infrastructure, and wastewater specifically, because really nobody likes to talk about what comes out at the end of the pipe. It's way easier to talk about what goes in. But our goal is to make sure that what goes in is just as clean and purified as what came out, starting from what came out, and using our technology to do that in a very cost-effective, sustainable, and scalable way. So if you have any questions about what you heard today, if you'd like to see a copy of this deck, if you'd like to just talk about water, wastewater, please do feel free to reach out to me directly. My email is here, and I hope you all have a very lovely day.
Oriana, thank you so much for being here. This is so interesting. I look at your resume and it sort of makes sense how you got here, but I just have no sense of how that actually operationally begins. I wonder if you could take we've got 1 minute. Tell us a little bit more about the journey. I mean, how do you end up looking at wastewater? What was the day where you said, "Oh, I'm going to go work on wastewater because I've got this figured out"?
Well, it's all about electrons, as you mentioned in the very kind introduction. My background's in physics and engineering and material science. And when I was a PhD student, I took that physics background and in engineering, I started studying how bacteria electronically, via electron transfer, communicate with their environment and with each other. Now, this was 20 years ago now, right? I had already gone through aerospace and had a couple career changes. But what really captured me was this ability of natural systems being able to solve critical problems, and us being able to engineer around that fundamental understanding to control these systems so they don't get away from us, right? And this electronic control, which is what our system does, enables that for the first time in wastewater. But I'm also a native of the southwestern United States, so I grew up with water stress. And I grew up in areas that didn't have indoor toilets or, always running water. And so now, as a practicing scientist and engineer, to be able to ideally have an impact and bring a technology that can work without a sewer grid and without an energy grid to areas that really need it most is still the North Star at AquaCycle.
Well, Oriana, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate taking that extra minute to walk us through some of that history, because it's just almost unfathomable to me to think about, I'm going to fix waste. So thank you for sharing that. Your work, more than anyone, is incredibly vitally important. Congratulations on becoming a Purpose-Built 100 winner. We're thrilled to have you on the program. We're thrilled to celebrate with you the tremendous success you've had. Kudos to our friends at Investor Circle, who I think are investors in your organization and prompted you to apply. We're thrilled for their help and support for your great work. With that, Oriana, I'm going to move now to introduce the moderator for the next panel. And I'll ask Andrew to introduce the panelists. But Andrew Stephenson is our moderator for this great panel that we'll be having next. And Andrew is he's a big deal. He is the CEO of CrowdCheck, and he's kind of quietly shaped how online capital raising actually works. Andrew is a partner at CrowdCheck. He's now the CEO, where he helps small and early stage companies navigate the exempt offerings, and he has structured funding strategies across real estate, operating companies, asset classes that did not exist a decade ago. And he's worked for the U.S. Congress. He's admitted in 3 jurisdictions. He graduated cum laude from UC Law San Francisco. Andrew is exactly the guy we want running this discussion. Andrew, thank you so much for doing it. Let me bring in the rest of your panelists to the stage here. This is going to be a great conversation. Now, have I got everybody up here, or am I missing somebody?
Yep, this is the group.
Okay, great. I'm out of here. Take it away,
right.
Andrew.
All right, thanks, Devin. Well, and thanks for the promotion at CrowdCheck. I'm not the CEO, but so partner with CrowdCheck Law, as well as then our Chief Product Officer with our due diligence compliance services company, CrowdCheck. But we have a great lineup here, I think, who are ready to share their experience and insights that they've developed over years of experience in the space and working with small and innovative companies as they have sought out alternative capital raising, including everything that's become possible as a result of crowdfunding. So I'm going to start. So basically, kind of go along with it, we'll go clockwise around the screen. So starting that I can see. So starting with Benji. So Benji is a corporate securities lawyer with Smith Anderson Law Firm based out of Raleigh, North Carolina. Benji has over 20 years of practice in U.S. securities law with deep knowledge of traditional private placements, venture-driven capital raises, crowdfunding, and public company offerings. Benji also advises on corporate formation, governance, and regulatory compliance. Richard Robinette is next. He's an investor and partner with Crowdfunding Lawyers. He graduated cum laude from Northwestern University School of Law, and his practice focuses on helping clients of all sizes and levels of experience structure their deals and raise capital safely and legally. Very, very important with a panel full of lawyers. Next, we have Fred Peña. Fred is the past president of Angel Funding, a film-focused investment crowdfunding platform that worked with dozens of companies who cumulatively raised over $100 million, which is quite an accomplishment in the crowdfunding space. He is now the founding partner of Springforth Legal, a niche crowdfunding law firm that helps companies raise money through private offerings, Regulation Crowdfunding, Regulation D, and Regulation A offerings. So thank you all for being here and making time for everyone who is out there watching. So as we know in the space, there is no free money over the internet. It takes a lot of work to make a successful raise happen. But the main goal typically is going to be, hey, we need to bring in money to do the next thing. And that's often where a conversation starts with the founders. So I think we'll start kind of going around with everybody. So if a new company comes to you today and says, I need to raise money, what are kind of the first 2 or 3 questions that you would ask ahead of doing a potential regulation crowdfunding offering? And Benji, we'll go ahead and start with you.
Good. Hi, thanks for joining us today. I kind of ask 3 to 4 questions. The first one is, how much money do you want to raise? And then I ask, who do you want to raise it from? And how do you expect to raise it? So then we get into the issue of accredited investor versus retail investor and advertising versus not advertising. And then I press a little bit more on why do you want to raise that amount and what are you going to do with the money? Because oftentimes people come in needing, they believe they need $5 million to run their capital, to grow their company. Well, that's great, but raising $5 million at this phase of your life cycle of your company may be challenging And it also may be too soon for you to raise that amount of money because it's going to be expensive, more expensive for you. So I also coach a lot about stair-stepping offerings on how to navigate to get to that next milestone that will increase valuation so we can take advantage of another capital raise and build on success, particularly for using crowdfunding, build on success of the crowd. If one offering works really well, then people are going to come back and try to raise more capital with you. So how much, who are the people you want to invest from, get investors from, and how do you want to reach them? And I'll let others add their questions in.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks. Yeah, Richard, are kind of any other questions you think that are kind of important for founders to think about and respond to when starting a capital raise?
Yeah, I mean, I just did a presentation on it, so I can pull my slides up. Or you know, I think, you know, in addition to, you know, who you're raising from, how much you're raising, where are they, how do you want to reach them, is also what message do you want to send with the way you're raising. And especially with community-oriented businesses, you know, they might not like it if you're raising money from particular types of people or particular institutions. So there's, you know, kind of a PR question there too of, you know, are we a grassroots organization, or are we, you know, this, you know, monolith that's going to disrupt industries, or somewhere in between. So I think there's also, you know, when we're thinking about how are we going to market, how are we going to present ourselves, what kind of narrative are we got, not only for this raise, but like as a company going forward, you know, how do we want to be known?
Mm-hmm. That's fantastic. Yeah, I think it's very,
I want to just add one more quick. I think also another important question is, what is your long-term exit strategy?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Are you looking to run a legacy business? Are you looking to sell the company in 5 to 7 years? Are you looking for an IPO? Because that is also really critical for messaging and also the way you structure deals.
Mm-hmm. That's great. Yeah. Thanks. And then Fred, just to round out the panel, and are there kind of, what are any other like sort of core questions you find are important to address kind of first thing at the start of any new engagement?
Yeah, well, I would definitely be asking how much money they have currently as well. And just saying, you know, if you want to go do crowdfunding and you have $0, it's probably not going to work for you, and you need to start with, you know, a Reg D offering, friends and family, something like that. But then also just finding out information about their level of development in the company. You know, like what stage of progress have they made? Are they able to scale or not? So like what is that money being used for? And saying, you know, and this is a little personal preference, is just that, you know, to me, crowdfunding money is usually not best at the very, very early stage of a business when the risk is at its highest level. And that's not to say that it can't be done. It's more just retail investors, no matter how many times you tell them that this is risky, don't understand that it's risky. And so to me, it's a little bit of more on a moral side of things, is help protect the investors by having something developed in your company first. So.
No, it's all great points, and important questions to kind of set the groundwork for what a raise could look like. And then continuing with the idea of money. So kind of Richard, sort of we heard kind of Benji talking about sort of how much, like, sort of can you raise up to 5 million, but what are they looking for? But is there a danger for a company in raising too little in a regulation crowdfunding round, or perhaps is there a danger in raising too much?
I mean, I think there's a danger on both sides. So obviously, if you raise too little, you're going to run out of cash. You may not be able to continue operating, and then you're going to go back to your investors. You know, this is, I mean, ever since we've had, you know, this huge spike in interest rates, a lot of companies are struggling, and we're seeing cash calls, and we're seeing them going back to the trough to say, okay, you ponied up 25,000. Can you give me another 5? Can you give me another 10? And that's it. It doesn't make investors feel good. It doesn't help with confidence. It's a bad PR move. On the other side, if you're raising too much and you don't have a place to put it, you don't have a good use for that money, you're just diluting your investors' returns. So it is really important to understand your business and to accurately target what are our capital needs for the foreseeable future. Maybe we have a little bit more for a rainy day, but we're not just going to have this massive trough and this pool of money that we can just dig into, because your investors aren't going to make a return that way. So yeah, you've got to find that balance.
Yeah, just thinking on the too little side as well, when you have to go back to investors or any source of money, investors, people with money, can smell your desperation, and the deal terms will all of a sudden change way out of your favor if you didn't raise it in the offering in the first place. So try to get whatever you can there to actually get something done. Yeah.
Andrew, I think that there's also kind of an issue about knowing the amount of money you absolutely need to raise to increase the value and achieve that business milestone. Because if you say to people, I need, $100,000 to do X, Y, and Z, but I'm willing to take 10,000 as my minimum, and I'll take that money. Well, if you can't do X, Y, and Z with $10,000, there's a big risk for investors and a big risk for your reputation, because you will need to go back to the trough, or you're just basically taking someone else's money to continue a system of not being able to achieve the goals. So I think understanding the balance between a minimum amount in your raise, that is the threshold before you'll close, and what the right maximum amount is really important. Just because you could close on $10,000, and just because you could raise $5 million doesn't mean that that's the right path for you to take.
Actually,
and that's where people like us help, right?
Yeah, thank you. And that's a very important thing. And with regulation crowdfunding, you do have this difference between the lower amount target that's required to close, and then the maximum amount that a company is seeking. And so if the company's only raising a small amount, can they actually achieve what they want to set out to? I kind of want to, Benji, follow up with that a little bit. Are there any examples that you can think of a company that was a success in their offering? They raised an amount that they thought could get towards their goal, but then became a problem for the company later. Or any others. I'm just thinking potentially if you think about some of the potentially sometimes the terms that were offered in the offering, how it restricted a company later. Is that something that you've ever seen?
Well, I mean, everybody can jump in, but I mean, there's always the case of businesses coming to crowdfunding as a last resort, where this is their Hail Mary because they can't raise money from the professional investors. Well, that tends to create.
Oh no!
Oh no! It looks like we lost Benji.
I have some comments. I can pick up the conversation, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Gregg. Please do. Yeah.
That idea of the minimum, it's definitely a risk, because you're basically lying to the community. Oh, that.
I think I might be low. I think I'm gone. Why doesn't somebody else talk? I think I'm having some connection problems. Sorry.
Yeah, we lost you for a bit. You're back now, but I think Fred took over for you, so we'll let Fred finish out his thought here.
Okay, so I was just saying then that the minimum, there can be a strategy where setting it low is appropriate if it's disclosed properly what you're doing with that, because there are many companies that want to use the part of that budget, part of the investment amount to fund additional advertising for the offering. And there's a section in the Form C where you disclose what you're using the money for. So I think as long as you properly disclose that, as it is useful. We had a company that didn't do it all at once. They did it over 4 offerings, and they could have done it, all at once had they disclosed that that's what they were going to do. So it can work out.
All right, yeah. So another.
I agree with Fred. I am a big fan of. A lot of people come to crowdfunding in particular to raise brand awareness, right? And raise a community of followers. And in particular, if your goal for crowdfunding is bifurcated, it's not only I want additional capital to run my business, but I'm really trying to grow and launch a company and get national exposure. And we have a solid product and we want to use the momentum of the crowd, but we also need a little bit more money to market it well. I have seen lots of scenarios where we say, okay, we're going to raise an initial $50,000, throw that $50,000 into additional marketing to grow to build the deal and build momentum. That's a great scenario. Really, when I think about ideal candidates for crowdfunding, it is a company with a proven product and with revenue, and that is looking for crowdfunding for ambassadorship and named recognition. Those are the ones that you really see momentum take flight, where the crowd is saying yes, 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 and those are the ideal candidates for using the internet to raise money from strangers, which is really what we're doing here.
That's great. Yeah. So we talked about money. Those are big, important considerations. That's usually the first thing that a founder is going to think about. But the next thing they think about is what are the rights that they are providing to investors, and how does that change their ability to govern and control the company? And so Richard, kind of what rights should a founder think about carefully before taking on outside money? Outside money is a big step, and it requires, and so there's, and it changes that dynamic between a founder and the ownership. And so, and tell us a little about what kinds of things a founder should think carefully about there.
Yeah, well, I mean, like in all things, there's a balance, right? So on the one hand, a founder may just want to say, no, I'm in control, and the investors can just sit there like houseplants and give me their money, and then I'll go about it. And that's easiest, as far as running the company, making big decisions. Are we going to sell? Are we going to merge? Are we going to do whatever? But on the other hand, it may be a harder sell for investors. Investors want a voice. They want to be able to have influence, and at least be heard on things. So we'll oftentimes see deals where there's at least some voting among the investors about whether we're going to make this big decision or whether we're going to change how we operate or whatever. From an investor's perspective, a good thing to look at is, are there tag-along rights and drag-along rights? What if this founder sells to private equity? Where am I going to be left? Am I, when there's a big, we see here in the news a lot, the enshittification of companies when private equity moves in, right? So some investors may say, I don't want to be on that train when that happens. Do I have, tag-along rights where I can, offload my shares too, or, whatever. So it's, a lot of considerations there. As the attorney that is tasked with making changes a lot, I don't like a lot of investor control, because I like it to be easy for me to rewrite docs, and if we want to take the company a different direction, let's do it. But that's not always realistic as far as getting investors to join us. And it's even worse if you're desperate. If you're desperate and you're going to like institutional preferred equity, my goodness, they're gonna have you by the throat and make a lot of decisions on your behalf. So be careful.
And Fred, kind of in your experience, have you seen sort of changes in investor behavior based on the way that a founder has structured the rights that can be part of the offering?
I honestly, for these rights at least, control rights, no. In the retail space, when it's smaller investors, I get the feeling that they understand that they don't have a say, even if they want one. And, maybe if they're investing large amounts, like which can happen in regulation crowdfunding, an accredited investor can come in and still invest very large amounts. There could be reason to say there are some people who do get that, input or control right. But otherwise, because I think most retail investors are coming in because they've fallen in love with, the product, the company, they're not even thinking about that. They just want to see that thing succeed. So that's the experience I've had.
There's also a little bit of, this is getting into a little bit of the weeds, but as lawyers also, giving retail investors control rights triggers securities law issues, because when you sometimes give them a control right, you end up inadvertently making another offer to these investors, which means you need to find an exemption for that. So there's some kind of long-term planning on control, like what the sale process looks like when that happens. And so it's kind of a control issue, investor relations balance, and then also economics. I personally view Regulation CF in particular to be more about spreading economic value and the upside of capital growth in an economic sense more than a control sense, because those control issues can become pretty complicated that no one except the four people on this call really want to hear about. So there's a balance in the choice of what instrument you're using to bring your investors in. I'm a huge fan of debt and rev share that never affects your cap table, is not dilutive, brings people into your company and gets them out of your company in a smooth way. You don't give off too much control. But not every company that's looking to use crowdfunding is a candidate for debt because of where they are in their life process, whether or not they have enough margin to deal with a rev share or they have enough cash flow to service debt. But really, one of the biggest issues I think companies should really take advantage of legal assistance with is how to structure the thing you are selling to bring your investors in.
And that's a great point. And actually, I was kind of following up is like sort of on that formality of what the structure looks like. So for a founder who maybe just use LegalZoom to form the company, doesn't really fully understand or grasp what those governance documents look like, what do they need to do? How do they can't just shout it into the air that, hey, these are the rights. How do they actually document that? How do they put it in put those words into something that governs the company going forward? And Richard, we'll start with you on that.
I mean, God bless you if you're using LegalZoom for securities offerings. I've seen it before, and I've seen operating agreements that are more appropriate for like a husband and wife doing an Etsy store than for $1 million capital raise. But and it's certainly self-serving to say, but it's not less untrue. You've got to loop in counsel early in the process. You can't, even before you start talking to people about investments and hey, would you be interested in such and such thing? Like, there can be securities consequences simply to doing that. So, call us early, call us often. We do free consultations. I don't know about the rest of the panel, but like, get someone on the phone that can at least kind of steer you in those early phases before you make a mess that needs to be cleaned up later.
It is self-serving, but it is really important to understand that legal counsel is representing your company and your best interests. There's vendors in the system who are looking to grow their own business, and they are not your counsel. So it's really important. I have, you don't know what you don't know when you jump into crowdfunding. And if you are a young entrepreneur who is working on a shoestring, if you've built your company using that mentality, that background, there's probably cleanup that needs to happen in order for you to successfully disclose about your company. And there's questions that start to arise as you prepare for a raise, that it's really important that if you do not understand the question that is being asked, don't just check a box responding. Try to get assistance understanding what they're really asking, because the disclosures you're putting out there are meaningful. People are making investments off of it, and it can expose you to risk. So I suspect that every crowdfunding attorney does free consultations. We want to educate. We want people to know that they're on the path that will take them through success, because the last thing that people are running a business want to do is raise capital, right? They want to run their business. And we as attorneys are here to support that process, keep you on the best path, and eliminate as much risk and exposure as we possibly can.
That's good. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's important. Definitely, that's an important statement about the role of professional advisors and especially counsel in an offering. And so, Fred, our company, our hypothetical company now, they've decided how much they're raising. They've engaged counsel and professional advisors. And yeah, counsel's just gonna do it all for them, right? So what is it that companies most often misunderstand about the amount of preparation that goes into a crowdfunding offering? And now we're kind of moving into also topics of your thoughts around kind of marketing and the ongoing preparation, other types of preparation, and the ongoing effort required.
Okay. Yeah, I think, with preparation, there's two things in my mind. One is the audit takes longer than you think, and in my experience, it has always been the last thing that is completed, and so everything else is kind of waiting for that to happen. And so give that time. Like I've had people come and say, okay, can we get this launched in 2 weeks or whatever? And it's like, no, you can't. Most likely you can't. But aside from that, though, I hear in the market, I feel like I've heard in the market advice about preparing for marketing. And, you should have this plan of how you market, like this stuff this week, and the next week this stuff, and the third week this stuff. And I think to some degree that's like a nice attitude to have about like being prepared. But I see a problem with it in that it doesn't take into account that you don't know what's going to work. And part of marketing I guess this is probably true of all types of marketing, but I have seen it in this security space, is that you're trying to fire those little musket balls of testing before you fire the cannonballs of the high expense. So you want to test things first and make sure that they work, and that's going to happen over a couple of weeks. And then when you find what works, then you adapt and you adjust and you spend more. So I would say that, like, not necessarily to prepare a lot beforehand, but have the right system or the right partner who knows how to do that adapting as you do it. And then just anticipate being 80% of your time maybe running the crowdfunding while you're doing it, because you're answering questions from investors and talking about the marketing and just trying to make it work. So
Yeah, so it's you can't sit back and let others do it. You got to be involved.
Nope.
And so when you're working with a founder, when you're working with a company that's going to start their offering, what are the kind of red flags that come up? I think this one's going to be kind of a panel question. You probably all each have had experience with working with a founder or company that just thought, hey, you are not ready to do this. Can you kind of share with our audience what are some of those things that you've seen? And Richard, we can start with you on that.
I think Benji kind of touched on it, where you have people that have built their businesses from the ground up, and it's probably not the cleanest, neatest, tidiest little package that they have. So there may be some restructuring and some organizations and some document cleanup. We need to make sure that we have all of our resolutions for everything in place, and we have our operating documents the way we want them. And the worst thing in the world is to go and raise capital and then have to go clean all that stuff up, and that can be disastrous, to the point of having to rescind your investors' money. If you've made a mistake, you've disclosed something wrong, or your business can't operate the way you represented, and now you have to make a material change. And if they've invested millions of dollars and you've already deployed that, and now you're in a position where you have to offer this right of rescission, and investors can make a run on the bank, that could be game over. So starting early and getting all your ducks in a row and getting your business cleaned up so that you have a clean offering, and that includes getting the audits. If your offering requires audits or GAAP financials or whatever it does, taking the time and the energy to line all that up first before you try to launch an offering, I think, is vital.
Yeah. So I know that I think people who are entrepreneurs are focused on running their business and their idea. They're focused on solving the problem that their concept is intended to solve. And they think, and the legal stuff, who have I sold stock to? Have we signed all of our purchase agreements? Have we gotten all of our board resolutions? What do the bylaws require? Or what does our operating agreement require? There's corporate procedures that oftentimes, when people are going fast and trying to do it on a budget, get ignored. And it is so much more costly to retroactively fix that than it is to kind of do it right in the first place. And I know that sounds kind of quaint and kind of, colloquial, but it's very true that, when you go to counsel, even if you're there for a short one-off process, when they return documents to you, save those documents, understand what they are, because when I come to you to help you do a capital raise, I'm going to need to look at that stuff. And so you need to collect it, keep your records clean. Keeping track of your corporate records should be just basic 101. The better you keep track of your corporate records, the less costly it is for in the long run. So just as much as you tend to your marketing plans or your development for the development of IP or something like that, you should spend that time also keeping your corporate house in order, because it can just be really expensive. You can be, charge, $5,000 for an offering, but it might take $20,000 to clean it up because you haven't done your homework. So, there are laws and rules that establish how an LLC or a corporation need to do things. And it's your responsibility to do them. And it's easier to do them right the first time. And that's where I really see a lot of expense, is that there are questions in the disclosure that require you to go back to what has happened historically. And if you're not prepared to do that, the expense and time and stress and worry about doing something that is already time consuming and worrisome just gets exponentially larger.
Those flags can definitely get costly. Fred, you want?
Yeah, I'll add a little bit. Obviously, what you're asking is a red flag to know that they're not ready to offer. And what both Richard and Benji are talking about are things that can be resolved, and that's what they're talking about. You got to resolve these things first. And so nobody should be scared away of like, oh, I haven't done this, so I can't raise money. No, go talk to an attorney and get it straightened out. But another thing that I see as a red flag is if the issuer doesn't have a plan for how they're going to use the money. So I've had issuers come to me where they're trying to convince me to take them on as a client. And this is, my portal days when I was running the portal. And they're just, giving me idea after idea of how they're going to make this company money and how the product could be used. And like all the conversations they're involved with. And it was just like this, throw the spaghetti against the ceiling to see what sticks. And it, I could tell that they felt like they were convincing me, like, look at all these opportunities. And all I could hear was, we have no specific idea yet. Like, we don't have anything figured out. We just want money and then we'll figure it out. And I think that's too early. So that's a red flag for me that, again, it's fixable. You just have to figure it out. Like, go do the business a little bit first.
Exactly. Yeah, it's in providing, helping them. They need that clarity on what they're actually going to do. If you have all these ideas, that you can't convey a consistent message to investors. So why would investors be interested in that? And then, but then I think, that communication with investors doesn't end during the campaign. In your experience, have you seen sort of that the importance you talked about earlier, actually, a company that did its raise over 4 successive offerings? How did a company like that kind of utilize ongoing messaging with investors to kind of maintain those relationships and be prepared for future fundraising?
Yeah, they were. It was a film project, obviously, and it was just every news update was, here's the progress we made with the money that you've given us, and now we're ready to get more money. And it was a good progression over time. But I think, like, for any issuer, once the offering is done, there's a handful of investors who, there's the Form CAR. Sorry, I'll clarify. Form CAR is an annual filing that an issuer needs to file, but for many investors, hearing about what the company is doing once a year is not enough. And there's a handful of investors who, when that's all they hear, they just assume the company is going downhill, it's bankrupt, their money is lost, and they start complaining about, this must be fraud, how do I get my money back? And it's like, whoa, there's just, like, the company just needs to, like, be able to run its business too. But so an issuer really could benefit from planning ahead to, like, give more regular updates than just the annual update. Obviously do the annual update, but like quarterly at a minimum would be ideal.
Yeah. And actually, even if you've stopped needing to make your annual reports, investor relations, keeping people, even people who haven't done crowdfunding, just think about if you've had kids and I was a soccer mom, right? I just wish that a coach had been proactive in communicating with me about the things that might come up. Proactive communication this is what we're doing well, this is where we're having problems, this is how you can help. Your investors are your team. They want you to succeed, and they want to understand what's going on. So, like, send them quarterly updates. Engage with your investors. They are the people that can make or break your company, and you want them to be on your side. And so it's really critical to build relationship, continue to have relationship, and be open and transparent. If something bad happens, get with your counsel, your advisors, and get out in front of it as best you can, because that is going to make for a better path forward than trying to hide something. Can't encourage people to communicate with their investors more than talk to them, tell them what's going on, be open.
Yep. And we're getting very close on time. But Richard, we've heard about the CAR, the annual report for Reg CF. The SEC has really been pushing, wanting more companies to file on a timely basis, because the industry, it's been a fairly poor record. Just quickly, what are the consequences of not filing the annual report for regulation and crowdfunding?
I mean, God, you put me on the spot. All my clients file. What are you talking about?
Never experienced it, huh?
Yeah. I mean, other than the really bad stuff, like SEC might come after you, is you can't use the exemptions going forward. If you aren't current in your annual reporting, you can't step back in line to use Regulation CF. And so there's also some risk that you might not have other exemptions available for you. So understand what it needs to get ready, understand what you need to do while you're doing it, and understand what is the compliance costs after you're done.
That's an important way to wrap up this great conversation, because that it brings such a perfect end to the discussion when we talk about Form CAR. That's really the end of the process, isn't it, right? You raise the capital and then you report. So I appreciate this tremendous conversation. I've had a lot of people privately telling me what a great day this has been. That's really kudos to all of you, because this has just been such a rich discussion. A little bit of a pun intended there, Richard, but thank you so much. We're grateful to all of you. Andrew, you did a great job of leading this discussion. Fred, thank you very much for being here. Richard, thank you. And Benji, thank you. We're glad your technology hung in there by and large for us to have you present. We're thrilled. And listen, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we really have one of the highlights of the day coming up, right? As great as this has been, we're going to keep going with greatness. We have Ron Miller, chairman of StartEngine, coming up next. So stick around. Hey guys, let me invite you to join the Zoom. In the private chat, there is a link to go to if you click on the group chat.
Because of compliance mistakes. And that's what we do every day. We help entrepreneurs raise money the right way before problems ever start. If you're raising capital, talk to Crowdfunding Lawyers first.
Digital Niche Agency is the top investor acquisition agency. DNA has helped founders raise over 9 figures via regulated investment crowdfunding with a 3-pronged strategy using digital advertising, content marketing, and strategic outreach. Book a call today.
The CFPA advocates and advances the regulated investment crowdfunding industry. This October, join founders, investors, platforms, and policymakers in Washington, D.C. for the Regulated Investment Crowdfunding Summit. Register now at ricsummit.org.
Behind today's biggest crowdfunding raises.
The leading CPA firm for Reg CF, Reg A, and Reg D compliance.
Trusted.
Experienced.
Set apart.
Eureka! How can I save money on a patent? That's it. Menlo Park Patents.
Equity Stock Transfer, a net global finance company. Learn more at equitystock.com.
Welcome back, everyone. We're just having so much fun. There's just so much great stuff going on. I want to invite everyone who's watching. If you're watching, you really should be doing a little bit of networking. Our speakers from the last group, our panelists, they're in the Zoom room to network with you. Now, you need to have a ticket, but all of our speakers, all of our sponsors, all of our winners have free tickets. They are all eligible to be in there. And of course, anyone who bought a ticket is eligible to be in there. And you can buy one right now and join that conversation right now live. Think of that as the executive lounge, maybe the green room, the hallway, however you want to think about it. But, you've been to a conference before where there are 10,000 people in the arena watching and 500 out in the hallways and in the corners chatting. Well, this is where you can be. So join us there. Our next speaker is a wicked big deal. And really, we have just been so honored to have Ron be a regular on SuperCrowd events. And Ron, I'm going to bring you into this stage while I introduce you. Can you hear me now, Ron?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Good. I'm glad. We're thrilled to have you. Let me just properly introduce you now, Ron, that you're here and connected and everything's working. Our next speaker has founded, built, and sold 5 companies, and then decided it was more interesting to help everyone else do it. So Ron Miller is chairman and co-founder of StartEngine, a 4-time Inc. 500, 5000 honoree, and an entrepreneur of Ernst & Young Entrepreneur of the Year finalist. He founded the San Diego chapter of the Entrepreneurs Organization. He advises USC's Entrepreneurship Center and serves on the board of West Coast Kehr, helping people get off the street. He calls it financial ignition. Help me welcome the incredible Ron Miller.
Gosh, well, thank you so much, Devin. It's an absolute pleasure to be with you and your great audience, and it's always such an honor to join SuperCrowd in helping to enlighten so many people about the potential of the industry. And when you and I spoke previously, we thought that, if I could explain my perspective on how I got into this business, and specifically why I think that investment crowdfunding is probably the greatest advancement for entrepreneurship in a generation. And I truly believe that. It starts off with this premise that, what really drives the US economy in terms of job growth and revenue growth are startup and growth companies. That's really what's driving it, as much as you might think that it's large corporations that do it. It's really the smaller companies and the growth companies that are actually driving US economic growth. And as a result, if we are able to find a way in which we can empower more entrepreneurs who already have ideas, but by empowering them with capital, we could then take advantage of these ideas and help them bring these fabulous ideas to market and achieve their dreams. So really, the essence of my comment there is having been a startup entrepreneur from the 1980s, I knew how hard it was to raise the capital, always. And especially, being in the Midwest in those days, and in those days being kind of younger, it was not a good thing to be young and trying to raise capital. But here, what equity crowdfunding does is levels the playing field. It comes down to two basic factors. First is that you have a product that is going to fit a market need. And in the case of investment crowdfunding, it's not only are people so excited about the product itself, but they're also excited to invest in and become partners or brand ambassadors in that product as it expands into the marketplace. So that's the first thing you need. Without product market fit, it's likely that an investment crowdfunding campaign is just not going to work. But in case you think so, there's nothing that's more surefire in terms of proving product market fit than trying to raise capital, because people not only have to believe in that product, but they also have to believe that they invest money in you and your business, it will continue to grow and create a return. So this, and of course, the second thing is you not only need the product market fit, but you also have to have the willingness and ability to promote a raise. And if you're willing to do that, if you're willing to work hard, you're willing to do what it takes to be that hustler that's going to create that opportunity, it's no longer just based on where you're located. And I think back in the early days, we looked at a study that showed that over 80% of all venture capital was going to white male co-founders that are under the age of 30 and living in the Silicon Valley area. And I think an extraordinary disproportionate percentage of them were Stanford dropouts or Stanford grads. So that's a very, very narrow slice of the population. And in fact, if you looked at the number of dollars that went to women or people in the Midwest or older people, it was very, very small comparatively. So here, what equity crowdfunding and what the Jobs Act did was level the playing field to allow anyone, that as long as you have those two things, product market fit and willingness and ability to hustle, you can now raise capital to start and grow your company, and ultimately for entrepreneurs to achieve their dreams. So that is, I guess, what got me excited about this business. In fact, literally was over a single lunch where I met my partner, and he talked to me about the Jobs Act, which I hadn't previously heard about. And once he explained it, it didn't take me long to figure out that if we could build a company that would empower people to raise capital, to achieve their entrepreneurial dreams, that would be a huge contribution to the world. And I say that because at that point I had been a cancer survivor and I had given up on this idea of being an entrepreneur because of the stress. And I had done it at that point 4 times, and I just decided I'm not doing it again. But when I heard about this opportunity, actually I shelved all that, stopped what I was doing, and went into business with Howard, and that's how we formed StartEngine. So over the years, I had a lot of experience. We had some very early successes in some raises we did. But what I learned in talking to a lot of entrepreneurs and studying this industry and participating in it, that I found the most effective thing that I can do when I'm talking to a prospective issuer is to lay out very clearly what the advantages are of investment crowdfunding and what its disadvantages are. And I want them to hear both of those things because I think, number one, it gains credibility for us. But frankly, if the entrepreneur is not realistic or uninformed about what its challenges in front of them are, it makes it difficult for them ultimately to succeed. So first, let me start off with what I see as the disadvantages of equity crowdfunding. First off, it requires disclosure. We just heard in our prior session from the attorneys about the importance of not just the initial filing, but also the ongoing filings. And so what that means is essentially, even though they're password encrypted, you still password encrypted at limited distribution to just the investors. Once you post your updates, as well as your initial disclosures, you're now opening the door for employees, competitors, other investors, partners, and so forth to be able to get a fair amount of transparency into your company. And there's a lot of entrepreneurs that just have a sensitivity to that it frankly is a showstopper right there. But what I point out is, well, it's true. Disclosure can create some challenges. However, when you think about the public markets, those folks, those public companies have been disclosing their financials and all of the relevant management information that are required to by law, which frankly is even more extensive than what we do for a Reg CF filing. And yet they have not only survived, but have thrived under the auspices of the broader public market. So disclosure is a negative. Second is hard work. And this is where a lot of entrepreneurs miss this. They tend to believe that if you build it, they will come. So what that means is you take your campaign, you put it up on a platform, and you believe that your idea is so great that people are just going to come running to invest. And when we learn that, we decline the opportunity to work with that entrepreneur, because if that's their expectation, we know they're going to be disappointed. And there's no point in both our having invested time and money into their campaign and them when in fact they're really just relying on our community to generate all of the capital. So hard work is what it takes. And just like raising capital in any form, if you're going to do it through venture, if you're going to do it for friends and family, it takes a lot of hard work and a lot of phone calls to do it. And that's the kind of entrepreneurs that we look for when we consider opportunities at StartEngine. I think today the numbers are less than 1 out of 10. I think it's probably about 1 in 20 applications we accept. We go through a diligence process and a vetting process, but largely it comes down to, do we believe these are companies that are a good fit for our market, our customer base, and are they a good entrepreneur that is willing and able to both expend the time and the money that it takes to put together a campaign. The other thing is that entrepreneurs thinking about a Reg CF raise should know that it does require considerable capital. If I recall correctly, the general legal administrative costs run into the $15,000 to $25,000 range. But then importantly, there's the cost to promote the raise, whether it's paid media, influence media, earned media, promotional campaigns, phone calls, and so forth. And all the promotion that it takes to compliantly promote the raise. It takes real money to do it, and it can be done incrementally so that people that don't have hundreds of thousands to get started, say, they can actually begin raising capital and, subject to their own discretion, can set the minimum that they can then enable them to break escrow and begin using the funds that they've raised to actually even further their campaign. But those are the kind of the disadvantages. Now let's talk about some of the advantages. First off, entrepreneurs get to set their own terms. So when you think about it, they get to determine the value of the company, how many shares they'll sell, what the price per share is, what the minimum amount of the raise, the maximum amount of the raise, and typically and importantly, they do not have to give away board seats or other rights that are associated with investors that you commonly see in a venture or a sophisticated significant investor that's going to put $500,000 or $1 million into a deal. There's going to be what they call drag along rights and tag along rights and board seats and other things. And if you're curious to what those are, probably beyond my skill set, but you can certainly ask your attorneys or any of the AI applications, and they'll lay it out for you really well. The second advantage is that once you raise capital, you get your own community. So at StartEngine, we've raised probably close to $100 million through equity crowdfunding on our own platform. We're one of the competitors out here in the space that believes that it would be a fundamental misstep to raise capital from institutional investors of any kind while we're out there telling everybody that you need to use equity crowdfunding as a path. So we've been successful over, I'd say, the last 8 years or so at raising capital on our own platform and have raised close to $100 million. We have a really large community as a result. Today, there's over 2.1 million registered users on the StartEngine platform, of which approximately 500,000 have invested. About 100,000 of those are accredited investors and about 5,000 are qualifieds. So that's a really powerful, sizable community that we now have that has now become an asset of StartEngine. And that is the same thing that any crowdfunding issuer gets because they build their own community. And the importance is that as traditional advertising has become less effective, social media and social proof and people telling people are the path that is the most cost effective and most persuasive. And because of that, when you end up with a large community, you can use your own community to serve as brand ambassadors, which is a huge advantage because if you're able to get a couple hundred brand ambassadors, it's not that each and every one of them will continue to promote the company and its products, but you can expect that somewhere between 10 and 50 of them would. And so in that way, by having that kind of loyal brand ambassador community can be a huge advantage. And then finally, it helps the entrepreneurs prove the product market fit. As I mentioned earlier, nothing like asking for people to become an investor, for them to tell you to vote with their dollars, to vote with their checkbook, to tell you, yep, I really believe in what you're doing. Now, I learned the hard way, and unfortunately, we don't have time for me to tell you the whole story about it, but I learned the hard way that when people say, oh, that's a great idea. Okay, well, when they say that, a lot of entrepreneurs, including myself, had taken that as validation of product market fit. But it's very different, of course, when you're asking somebody for a check or a purchase order or a contract, then you get to really see whether you've got the product market fit you thought they had. Because sometimes people just want to be nice and give you that kind of feedback. So from a high level, those are the advantages and disadvantages. I lay those out to every issuer, prospective issuer that I ever speak to. And I think those are the important considerations from a high level that the entrepreneurs should be considering. Now, let me answer, I guess, a couple of questions that we commonly get asked, because I think that also helps to validate why it is that equity crowdfunding is one of the best means of driving our economy forward and empowering entrepreneurs. First, people ask, is crowdfunding really any better than venture capital? And the answer to that is, well, they're different uses and different purposes. Equity crowdfunding tends to be for earlier stage company that need to get to a level of validation that a venture firm is going to want to see to invest serious dollars. So it, in effect, can provide that pre-seed or seed capital that's often very difficult to raise from ventures. So in that sense, it is as good or better in many cases for those super early stage opportunities. The second part is, it's rare that you come across a founder who, after an exit or after one doesn't work out, very rarely will you hear them say that, gosh, taking on that venture capital was the greatest decision I ever made. In fact, most people start laughing when you tell them that because they know of the stories that have been difficult, because in many cases, the venture capitalist, their objective and purpose is very different from the founder. And when those things diverge and the heat gets on, it becomes sometimes a source of real conflict. Also, I think what I've heard generally and what I believe is that often the venture capitalists' offer of assistance in the form of connections, contacts, wisdom, feedback, mentoring, coaching often come woefully short of what the founders hope for. And so I just kind of would be very mindful if you're comparing it to venture. Another question I get is, what kind of companies are best suited? Well, usually what I would recommend, any founder considering raising capital this way should go onto the platform they're considering using and take a look at the kind of industries and kind of companies and take a look at which ones are working and which ones aren't. Remember, it's all public. You can see how much has been raised from how many investors and how long they've had the campaign up. So that is another means of figuring out, but from a large perspective, it's things that are readily understood. If they're too technical, too business to business, if it's not something where people can see that there's a significant exit. So let's say we just want to create, an investment community in the corner bar. Well, there's typically not enough upside for an investor who wants to put in $1,000 and hope that they can 5 to 10 times their money. The likelihood of doing that in the corner bar, not so great. On the other hand, there have been tremendous companies that we've helped in healthcare technologies, in financing housing, companies that build low-cost housing, new transportation technologies that have moved our entire transportation grid forward. Things like that tend to be very, very successful. So two things. One, they have to have a pretty good upside potential that the investor can see. And second, they need to know that these are that there is an industry here that in fact is something that's going to be attractive and understandable to the community out there. Another one that people tend to criticize, they say, well, gosh, I just don't want that many people on the cap table. Well, I'm chairman of the board. My job as chairman my primary job is to protect the interest of our shareholders. Today, we have, I believe it's approximately 51 or 52,000 shareholders. And while I can't say there hasn't been a single issue, because everybody has their opinion, and sometimes their opinions are different than ours. But at the end of the day, we've had no meaningful contention among having such a large cap table of individual investors. And in some cases where people get very interested in contributing, they think that our website should have, pink background with purple polka dots. We invite them to give us those comments, but we aggregate them typically electronically. And at times we've even done investor conferences where we provide a chat room for those people to submit their ideas. But none of those things are binding on the company. They are not board members. And we are very respectful, and we're very, very focused on compliance in order to make sure that we don't put ourselves in a situation that's uncomfortable. Another thing people ask is, well, what are the biggest reasons campaigns fail? And I think, first off, all founders that are considering equity crowdfunding should consider that typically the initial money has to come from their community and their friends. The final money, once there's momentum, that's when our community typically engages. And I think we're seeing last I saw some stats a couple years back, about 52 to 54% of the aggregate dollars invested in every campaign are being generated by the StartEngine community, but only after the founder has proven that and has attained some level of success initially. The ones that I've seen that are successful is that often founders line up the investment first. When I say the investment, they line up a significant amount of the investment first so that you get a nice launch at the outset and people get excited about the progress of the campaign. Let me just check with Devin. How are we doing time-wise?
We're doing great. You've got about 3 or 4 more minutes to wrap up.
Perfect. Are there any questions in the chat room?
Okay.
That are relevant? Just want to make sure
I've got some questions for you if you're up for it.
Please, yes.
One of the things that I love about crowdfunding is that it's something that every business can use. It can be used, as you talked about, before the venture capital comes in.
Mm-hmm.
But occasionally we see it come in after the venture capital comes in. Mm-hmm. And although it's not super common on StartEngine, we see people, the mom and pops raising debt on other platforms. So there is a way for it to kind of work for everyone. Is there a group, is there a company that you would say, or a person, a group, that really can't use crowdfunding? And if so, who would it be that can't use it effectively?
Yeah, so the word can't, of course, has a couple of meanings to it. But when you say can't, from a regulatory standpoint, there are a number of exclusions of, people that have had a history of regulatory violations, for example. If the company is disqualified, if the company doesn't meet its disclosure requirements, that would be a true can't. You cannot do that under the regs. And if you do it, of course, you risk disgorgement and a penalty and a real mess on your hands. And, I don't advise anybody to mess with those guys because, it's a little bit akin to the IRS. If you don't get this right, the consequences can be quite grave. So that's the can't side. Which ones maybe shouldn't? We've had stuff. I guess the best story I could give you, Devin, we had a guy years back that basically wanted to raise capital for a very sophisticated solar panel. And what made it sophisticated was the membrane structure had some very unique attributes to it that would make it tremendously more efficient from a conversion of sun to energy. And all that notwithstanding, we went out, I think, initially with the campaign and realized that people just couldn't understand the technology. And since it was largely a business to business application, because he wasn't building solar panels, he was essentially building the technology to sell to companies that were selling solar panels, it made it very difficult for the end user to get their head around. But what he did is he hired Bill Nye, the science guy, who then took this sophisticated concept and explained it in a way that the investors could understand. So what I'm saying is, I would normally say a company like that can't raise, but that technically wouldn't be correct because you just have to be that much more creative. Now, I'm not saying that that's a fit for everybody or to be able to do that, but there are some companies that are largely in the B2B space like that, or there are ones that also are like the corner bar. You know, me and a couple of friends want to get together and we need to raise $250 for, to buy the corner bar. I think that one's going to be tough too. Not impossible, because again, it's just going to come down to the community. I mean, I could think of some things that were done. There was a Hard Rock hotel and bar in Palm Springs that also was very successful in raising capital, and they had the owners' tables set aside so that, they got some special privileges and things like that, and that one worked, but that had a big brand on it and so forth. It wasn't the corner bar. People want to see that they can, this is high risk stuff. And it's not for everybody, and all investors should be properly warned that, it's really, okay to maybe put 5, a maximum of 10% of your investable net worth into startup and growth companies, but even that should be diversified. This is not something for a young person to put 100% of their investable worth into.
Well, that's a great closing thought, Ron. Thank you so much. Ron, we really appreciate it. You have been a stalwart supporter of the SuperCrowd events. You've been on over and over, and nobody brings the insights better. So we really are grateful to you. Obviously, at StartEngine, you've helped a lot of people succeed. You've seen a few face challenges, so your insights are really valuable. They're streetwise. Thank you very, very much for being here with us today. I want to now take a moment and introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is another great. And Jason Fishman, I think of him as a dear friend now. He's been a colleague for so long. Work with him on the Crowdfunding Professional Association board, and he'll be the president of that organization after Andrew. But if your raise needs an audience, this is the guy that can find it, right? Jason Fishman is the co-founder and CEO of Digital Niche Agency, an Inc. 5000 company that has worked with more than 750 brands and over 350 Reg CF, Reg A, and Reg D offerings. He's helped over 15 years across every side of the marketing table, agency, brand, and vendor, and he hosts the Test, Optimize, and Scale podcast. He's a big deal. And of course, that Test, Optimize, and Scale really reflects his philosophy on crowdfunding and raising capital. So with that, let me add Jason to the table here. Jason, thank you so much for being here. We're thrilled and look forward to your insights. You're always a genius, and we look forward to learning at your feet today.
Devin, the honor, the pleasure, the privilege is all mine. Thank you for having me on.
Well, we're thrilled. Take it away.
We're not in person, otherwise I would say let's give Devin a hand. Truly remarkable what you do for the space, Devin. Getting to work alongside you on the executive committee of the Crowdfunding Professional Association, participating in these events, having issuers we both work with together, have this stage. It is nothing short of outstanding, your commitment and your passion. So thank you again for the invitation. My workshop here is all about marketing, investor acquisition, and I've found digital marketing to be the most consistently performing approach towards this. So I've put together a deck, so you're not just hearing me speak, but have some visuals, more importantly, have some templates, have some ideas on what you can run towards the success of your Reg CF campaign. I believe my screen is showing here. Can't actually, Okay, excellent. Thanks for that confirmation there. So, as mentioned, mastering digital marketing for impact fundraising. Also, amazing presentation by Ron Miller. Ron, enjoyed your in-person discussion. It was an evening, whole speech last year in Los Angeles, SuperCrowd LA. Had the privilege of introducing Ron, StartEngine being one of the top platforms in the space. Their average raise amounts are standout in comparison to other platforms as well too. So love to follow in your footsteps here on the SuperCrowd stage. And why are we talking about marketing? Just to take it a step further back for a moment. I believe these Reg CF campaigns are a marketing exercise. I think many of the lawyers, the accountants in the space will tell you the same thing. When I look at the stats, if I look at the 2025 industry performance benchmarks from KingsCrowd, go to kingscrowd.com. I do daily to pull stats, ideas. They don't pay me or ask me to say that. It's just that impactful of a tool. You can look at how campaigns, how platforms are performing this week, this month, last quarter, last year. In 2025, only 10% of issuers hit $1 million or more on Reg CF. On equity deals, the median was 192K, meaning 50% of issuers did not hit 192K or more. Going to talk more about average investment amounts, average conversion rates, how much traffic you need to be driven to your page to fill your deal, to oversubscribe. Have worked on a good amount of campaigns that have oversubscribed this summer. Actually going to talk about a few of those. But there's this term of investimers used in the space. Sherwood Nice wrote a book around that terminology. Investor audiences aren't just financial backers. In many cases, they're user owners. One way or the other, though, they're early adopters and brand champions who help you scale your business. When I say this is a marketing exercise, it's not just that the closed investor account matters for your future growth. You may be producing millions of impressions. Millions of people may be consuming your brand and learning more about what you do. Perhaps signing up for an email newsletter on your site or becoming a social media follower. And that is a powerful thing. The first thing I ask a prospective issuer who wants to work with us is, how large is your audience? First degree network, social channels, email, like I mentioned, groups you're part of, how large are their audiences? Because those are people you could bring to those early stages of the campaign. And you're going to be developing that further as your marketing campaign is running, as you have things in the works for your deal. So early adopters, brand champions, it's a one-to-one many conversation. They may end up bringing thousands of people to that offering page to follow. The most successful campaigns become long-term movements, not just short-term raises. I can tell you, if you've seen success using Reg CF, you're probably doing another deal. It's just statistically what's going to occur. And we work with groups around their 7th, 8th round using these exemptions, using these vehicles. So one audience, one list of investors transfers over to the next round. Just oversubscribed on a deal for Aberdeen Graphene last month, hit the full 5 million, one of the few deals this year to hit the full 5 million. I believe it was about 4. And they did so in 37 days. There's another campaign that did it in 3 hours. So not the quickest to 5 million this year, but up there. And that was their 4th round. First deal, 1.375 million back in 2021. Next deal, 4.5 million. They actually increased the limit a couple times there and oversubscribed to 4.5. Last year, did a little gap in between last year, did a $5 million round in 43 days, this year 37, and we'll see investors participate from one round to the next. We'll see publishers who've talked about them point at their next deal, audiences that didn't get the chance to invest last time or didn't wrap their head around it or act quick enough. I say didn't get the chance if they were on an oversubscription list, but others who were just targeted with ads or part of their audience from before, they translate over to capital later. And beyond just capital raises, anytime they put out an announcement, we'll see their shareholders, those ambassadors, repurpose what they're doing. So we heard a lot about misconceptions in the last discussion. Here's a few more. Founders often assume, if I build it, they will come. It is an intensive process to go through an audit, depending on the type of deal you're doing, the filing process, getting a page built, maybe a pitch video. Definitely encourage a pitch video at that. Not the case with investment crowdfunding. That is the very beginning. And if you don't have enough investments, enough capital raised to be able to point to on your offering page, I would tell you have a bit of an empty restaurant sensation going on. So you want to be able to show some social proof. You want to be able to show some third-party validation. You want to be able to put publishers beyond just investors that have featured you on your page. And we're going to talk about more of that here. But common misconception, only need a few investors. Nope, not at all. Average investment last year in Reg CF was $1,716, slightly up this year. Looking forward to seeing the final stats in December. I think in quarter one was $1,800, but even at $1,800, that means you're going to need 1,000 conversions, 1,000 investments to raise $1.8 million. And you can use that to scale up and down if it's about 1.235. Devin, I think you're not on mute. I think you're getting a little background noise there, Devin. But if I build it, they will come. Also only needing a few investors. Most of the raise happens after launch. The reality is campaigns need thousands of investors and hundreds need thousands of visitors and hundreds of investors. In many cases, millions of visits, thousands of investors. Could tell you about our Regulation A Plus clients that have tens of thousands of investors. We'll get into a few examples around that as well. Pre-launch momentum is critical to success. So the timeline matters. Time is actually the most important resource here. Some campaigns plan to be live for 2 to 3 months, other for the entirety of the year. It all starts before. I learned this from reward campaigns, Kickstarter and Indiegogo, where it's advised not to go live until you can raise at least a third of your external goal, even 100% of your external goal. You're then playing for larger internal goals. Want to launch in May? You should start this process in October. An early funnel leads to better conversions. Use social channels, outreach, audience building. Again, very important metric to be looking at before you go live. And test the water campaigns where you can actually take in reservations. That way you get a head start. You want as many investments to occur day one, week one if needed, to set a stronger foundation, a stronger trajectory for the success of your campaign from there. The funnel strategy. Funnel is a marketing concept. You can see in this list here, your funnel builds momentum. The top of the funnel where the most people are is awareness, later consideration, followed by intent. People who intend to invest, it's only going to be a small percentage of them that actually do. Conversion, that's the investment. Then advocacy, peer-to-peer marketing, the most valuable, impactful type of marketing you can do. That's content that you can get to this advocacy group to stimulate that. Each stage of your funnel needs tailored content that nudges people forward. So we're going to speak about that a little bit, but it all starts with your first degree network. Your network is your net worth, they say. Activate your inner circle. Your first degree network sets the tone. Invite them to invest. Encourage them to share. Get them to show up. Early supporters attract more interest. I mentioned the empty restaurant sensation. Build that line around the block from your first degree network. If a deal goes live and there's over 100K raised, they're immediately in a better spot. In fact, between equity and debt deals, I believe it's around $100,000 as the median, or about half of issuers don't surpass that. If you blow beyond that amount in the first day, you're going to be in a better spot. The more you raise out of gate, the better, the more confidence a cold audience will have in your deal. Next, we get to social proof. People do not believe what they see online. We have skepticism on investment opportunities as a whole. You need third-party validation. Plain and simple. Was on the line with a major financial email newsletter this morning. They have a subscription model for investors. and handpick issuers. There's other newsletters that have paid models for issuers, and it's free content to investors. If you get an endorsement from that type of financial thought leader, you're going to be in a good place. This could also be social media pages, having a good buzz there. Portal milestones, X amount of dollars raised, founder visibility, press or partner mentions. It shows people you're worth backing. There's a strength in numbers. That's saying with investors, everyone wants to be first, to be second. More common in venture capital communities and deals with fewer investors. Very relevant here for these larger audiences of investors as well. If we're looking to get to know the investor types, we talked about First Green Network. That's where I'd position friends and family. You have ROI-driven investors. A lot of our Reg D accredited investor deals, this is who we're talking to. You have strategic investors as well too. That's stereotypical. Could break it more into other categories of enthusiasts, people who are reading about your vertical in the media and following headlines. There are different types of archetypes these days, but you want to speak to each investor group differently, which digital allows for. You could A/B test different variances of audiences. Let's say it's an advertising campaign, along with creatives, the visuals, the messaging that you're displaying to them, and the funnels that you're taking them down. But you want to tailor your approach depending on the investor, whether that's around emotional connection, growth potential, aligned incentives. And I mentioned paid media. Buying traffic is what this really means. Roughly every $1 or $2 you spend on, let's say, a social platform, I know that was highlighted in some previous talks here, is a visit to your offering page. We have a database of over 1.8 million investors who participate in Reg CF deals. Some of the platforms have databases. Being able to reach people who have a portfolio of these types of offerings primes for a higher conversion rate and stronger level of ad performance. So, you want to be looking at this as adding fuel to the fire. Launch with momentum, not with ads alone. Scale based on performance data. Don't spend too much right out of the gate. I'd tell you spend 5 to 15K a month, and as you're seeing performance, could ramp to 30 to 60, could ramp to six-figure type of amounts, but at that point, it feels like you're buying investments, particularly if you're at a 3x to 10x return on ad spend at that point. If those $1 to $2 investments are turning to $100, $200 acquisition costs with the 1% conversion rate. Limited on time here. If I'm firing through this, you can replay it later, and I have many materials online that recap this. But if you're seeing that, then $1,000, $2,000 average investment, that could position you for those type of return on ad spend metrics. And you prospect people and then retarget them with ads. You drive them back to the page. It's going to be 7 touch points or later in most cases before they convert. So you want to retarget those warm leads. This could take a while, a few weeks to a few months before you really start seeing this fuel come to fruition. But it can be instrumental towards the success of your campaign because you can systematically scale it up, which is tougher to do with other channels, even earning media through PR, different newsletters. Use paid to boost urgency and credibility as well too. A lot of the Regulation A+ campaigns do extremely well with share price increases. Different perspectives from different lawyers on that. We're just on the marketing side, but can tell you about a campaign last week that went from 29 million to 42 million because of a share price increase and the immediacy around it. Show up as the founder, by the way. I've seen CEOs try to hide behind their offering page and with no video. Investors back people, not just products. Be visible, share your voice, tell your story through content, host events, and answer questions. I've seen founders stay on for 2.5 hours answering questions. I've seen others fire through it really quickly and bulk questions together, particularly for moderating. But trust is built through presence. I'm amazed by how I talk to retail investors, and they talk about the CEO by first name as if they know them. Spot and support advocates, large investments, active engagement, repeat interactions, event participation. These are your future brand builders. Identify them, do more of what's working. As Devin mentioned, test, optimize, scale, something I say a lot. Optimize towards those, do more of what's working. Content keeps the fire alive as well too. Good content is directly tied to a higher conversion rate, a higher closing rate, the single most important metric that you're looking at in your analytics. When momentum slows, amplify stories. Showcase others talking about your company, share mission-driven content, deliver value-driven updates instead of repeated asks. reread this page a few times. Every campaign slows down at some point, even the top moving, even that 37-day, $5 million campaign. There were slower days, even a slower week I could point out. So we always ask ourselves at the end, how could we have done this quicker? What could we have done to get a higher conversion rate during those slower times? These are key findings we've had. Post-raise isn't post-marketing. Stay connected. The deal doesn't end on that closing date because you've brought these audiences that want to stay connected. Send regular updates, nurture your backers via email and social, turn them into your best customers and evangelists. This is how you get them to show up on your next offering. This is how you get them to repurpose content that you're getting out, become super users, super owners in many cases. Thought leadership, content building, share founder insights, break down market trends, online strategic direction. There's so much you can do, and you're already positioned as a thought leader because of this deal. A community is an asset, not an audience. Build a community, not just a list. Keep your network involved. As emphasized, poll investors on product ideas compliantly, highlight their stories, create insider programs, and keep that engagement going. It's going to set you apart from those other issuers. You could be one of those top 10% that raise $1 million or more. You could be that less than 1% that raise $5 million or more. These are the blueprints. Sustained connection leads to growth. Send quarterly updates at a minimum, host regular webinars, file your C-AR, please. It is a requirement. A lot of content from Devin and the CFPA on that. Only 53% of issuers do, if I'm not mistaken. Tell stories across platforms. Retention leads on referrals. So the key takeaways here: begin early and stay consistent. Lead with trust, visibility, and value. Use each funnel stage intentionally. Put together a strategy, know the results that you're playing for, the metrics. That's the only way to measure is with those numbers. Keep building after the raise. Have plenty of case studies. Please reach out to us. Here's a deal with a 29.25x return on ad spend, an average of $5,647 investment, $192 cost per acquisition of each investor to buy that $5,600 investor. Rise Robotics, another campaign that capped at $5 million this year. This is for the pre-launch of the 2025 Regulation A Plus, 2024 Regulation A Plus campaign for Atom Beam. Over $4 million of that turned into investments the first week. Have results from Boxable, Rad Intel that oversubscribed at $65 million in June. And here's Avadane from their 2025 campaign, 2026 case study coming soon. Limited on time, so won't get to questions, but please feel free to
Great
reach
job,
out.
Jason. Fantastic. You're just a hero. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you much for, I learned so much from you. You're the best. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm now thrilled to have the opportunity to introduce our next speakers. This is kind of a fun one. I'll let Karl introduce his guest here in a minute, but Karl Dakin, our next speaker, is a genuine delight, and it is in the hands of someone who is with 40 years of range and experience. Karl Dakin is an entrepreneur, attorney, educator, economic development leader who's founded and led and advised and governed organizations across financial services, technology, education, renewable energy, and community development. Through Dakin Capital, he helps entrepreneurs and whole communities find the capital and the relationships they need. And today, he's going to interview a man born in 1706. Karl, we're excited to have you introduce us to someone born in 1706. Take it away, my friend.
Thank you, Devin. It's such a pleasure to be here on SuperCrowd26. And as you described, it's nice to find someone who's actually older than I am that we can talk with. So what we're doing here is I've been working with AI for almost a decade, fairly intensively, way before ChatGPT came onto the scene. But my recent work has led to a point where we're now able to do a number of things with AI. Most of my work's focused on raising funding and working with clients. But this opportunity came along, and I decided I would chase it in parallel with everything else I'm doing. So this is going to be an interview with a simulation of the historic character of Benjamin Franklin And I'm going to let the audience, as Jason described, let the audience draw its own conclusions on what they're going to see. And I'll have a little bit of time for questions afterwards. So go ahead, Devin, run the reel.
Accelerating innovation through better funding.
Hello to everyone at SuperCrowd26. I'm Karl Dakin, CEO and founder of V2R and Dakin Capital. I have the pleasure of presenting to you Ben, an artificial intelligence simulating the historic character of Benjamin Franklin. Ben is produced by me on the Knowledge Avatars platform and trained on his writings that are available through Yale University. As you will see and hear, Ben is an interactive, generative AI that can engage in conversations that are unrestricted on any topic that you may ask. Due to rapidly advancing technology and synchronization with SuperCrowd TV, this interview with Ben has been pre-recorded for SuperCrowd26. So sit back and enjoy as Ben shares wisdom of the ages that is as true today as it was in Ben Franklin's day. Now, welcome, Ben. Thank you for being with me here today and making this presentation to SuperCrowd26. Please welcome the international audience of entrepreneurs, investors, and innovators to SuperCrowd26.
I bid a most hearty welcome to entrepreneurs, investors, and innovators joining SuperCrowd26 from every quarter of the globe. May our gathering kindle bold ideas, fruitful partnerships, and enterprises that advance both prosperity and the common good. Let us reason together, invest wisely, and build with purpose.
Ben, you are a person of remarkable achievements. You owned your own business as a printer. You were an inventor and later a statesman, a signer of the United States Declaration of Independence 250 years ago. Share with me your thoughts on innovation and entrepreneurship.
I have ever held that innovation begins with curiosity. One must observe what burdens mankind, then contrive a simpler and more useful way. Entrepreneurship joins invention with industry, courage, and prudence. For a fine idea yields little until it be put into practice. Yet boldness ought to walk beside thrift. Venture freely, but reckon the cost and waste neither time nor capital. The worthiest enterprises prosper by serving others, since doing well and doing good may be excellent partners.
Ben, the word entrepreneur was not commonly used in colonial America as we use it today. Yet you were a printer, publisher, inventor, and investor, an organizer and a founder of institutions. From your experience, what qualities distinguish a person as an entrepreneur?
In my experience, an entrepreneur is distinguished first by an attentive eye, perceiving needs and opportunities where others see only inconvenience. Such a person joins imagination with industry, for an idea without diligent execution is but a pleasant dream. He or she must possess courage to hazard failure, prudence to reckon costs, and humility to learn from error. Above all, a worthy entrepreneur creates genuine benefit for others, knowing that trust and usefulness are the surest foundations of lasting prosperity.
Many of your innovations address practical problems. As a kid, I was shown pictures of you flying a kite in a lightning storm. Coming from Kansas, this is not something that I would necessarily recommend to my kids. I recognize that you have a lot of serious topics that we can discuss in this presentation, but I'm going to take a little detour here. I wear trifocal glasses. Do I have you to thank for that?
Not wholly, though I may claim a place among their forebears. I contrived bifocal spectacles, joining lenses for near and distant sight in one frame, that I might read and observe the world without forever changing my glasses. Trifocals add a third power for intermediate vision, an improvement devised after my time. Thus, you may thank me for helping set the notion upon its course, but not for completing the journey.
What advice would you give to today's entrepreneurs about identifying problems worth solving rather than simply inventing products that they hope someone will buy?
I would advise today's entrepreneurs to focus on identifying real problems that cause inconvenience or frustration to people. By observing where time, money, or patience is lost, one can uncover opportunities for meaningful innovation. It is essential to address genuine pain points rather than creating products based on trends or hopes of sales. True innovation comes from solving practical annoyances and making a tangible difference in people's lives. Seek out the ache, and you shall find the opportunity for impactful change.
Ben, you helped create organizations and institutions whose benefits have extended well beyond their founders, including a library, a fire company, educational institutions, civic organizations, and other public improvements. Today, we might describe some of this activity as social entrepreneurship. Can an enterprise intentionally create both economic value and public benefit? Or must an entrepreneur ultimately choose between profit and impact?
I believe that an enterprise can indeed create both economic value and public benefit. By following the principles of innovation, building sustainable systems, and relying on evidence-based practices, an entrepreneur can achieve both profit and impact. It is essential to prioritize serving society while also ensuring financial success, as these goals are not mutually exclusive.
How would you advise an investor who wants to put people ahead of profits?
I would advise the investor to prioritize the well-being and satisfaction of the people they serve. By focusing on meeting the needs and improving the lives of others, profits will naturally follow. Building trust, providing value, and creating positive experiences for customers will ultimately lead to long-term success and sustainable growth.
Ben, suppose an entrepreneur comes to you seeking capital. Instead of immediately asking who might invest in this business, would you ask who needs this business to succeed?
Indeed, I should first inquire, who needs this enterprise to succeed, and what real burden doth it relieve? If no customer, workman, or community would greatly miss the undertaking were it absent, then capital alone shall not give it lasting worth. Those who benefit most may become its earliest patrons, partners, advocates, or investors. Yet need must be joined with sound accounts, for a useful enterprise that cannot sustain itself will soon cease to be useful.
How might identifying customers, suppliers, communities, institutions, and other stakeholders standing to gain value, future value, from the success of a business, how could that change an entrepreneur's search for capital?
It changes the search from who has money to who has both resources and a reason for this enterprise to succeed. A stakeholder map may reveal several forms of aligned capital. Customers may provide pre-orders, subscriptions, deposits, or long-term purchase agreements. Suppliers may extend credit, contribute equipment, or co-invest to secure future demand. Employees may accept profit sharing, employee ownership, or deferred compensation where appropriate. Communities may offer local investment, facilities, tax incentives, or patient capital because the business creates jobs and services. Institutions such as universities, hospitals, foundations, or governments may provide grants, contracts, guarantees, or research support. Strategic partners may invest for access to technology, distribution, or a stronger supply chain. Impact investors may accept longer horizons when social benefit is measurable and protected. This approach can produce a capital stack rather than dependence upon one conventional investor. Perhaps customer revenue first, supplier credit second, a public grant third, and equity only for the remaining need. Such financing may reduce dilution and place fewer demands on the entrepreneur, but ask 3 hard questions of every prospective funder. 1. What future value does this stakeholder expect? 2. What influence will they demand in return? 3. Will their interests remain aligned when difficulties arise? Those who need the business to succeed may be its best financiers, but they can also impose conflicting expectations. The entrepreneur's task is not merely to gather interested parties, but to design terms, governance, and measures of success that keep their interests reasonably aligned. In short, map the beneficiaries, quantify the value each may gain, and invite them to finance the mechanism that creates it.
Ben, many projects in your era were supported by subscriptions, associations, and groups of citizens contributing resources towards a common objective. Today, an entrepreneur can use investment crowdfunding to invite hundreds or even thousands of people to invest relatively small amounts in a business. What are your thoughts about investment crowdfunding?
Investment crowdfunding can be powerful because it lets a business raise equity or debt from the people who most want it to succeed. Customers, employees, local residents, and supporters. Unlike reward crowdfunding, however, contributors expect a financial return and assume genuine investment risk. Its advantages include aligned capital. Stakeholders can become owners and advocates. Market evidence. A successful campaign can demonstrate, demand, and community trust. Broader access. Founders can reach beyond traditional venture networks. Strategic visibility. Investors may also become customers, recruiters, and promoters. But several cautions matter. A popular campaign is not proof of a viable business. Disclosure, securities law compliance, reporting, and platform fees can be substantial. Many small shareholders can complicate governance and later financing unless the structure is carefully designed. Public failure may damage the company's reputation. Founders must avoid encouraging people to invest money they cannot afford to lose. The crowd's interests may diverge from those of founders or future institutional investors. I would ask the entrepreneur, 1. Why is the crowd the right source of capital, not merely an available one? 2. What value will these investors receive besides hope? 3. Can the company explain its risks as clearly as its opportunity? 4. How will investor voting, communication, liquidity, and future dilution work? 5. Would the enterprise still deserve investment if the campaign's excitement disappeared? Used well, investment crowdfunding can democratize ownership and bind a business to its beneficiaries. Used poorly, it merely distributes speculative risk among people least equipped to bear it. The proper test is not how many people can be persuaded to invest, but whether informed investors and the enterprise can prosper together.
Would the idea of investment crowdfunding, not to be too humorous, but would it be considered revolutionary to you or surprisingly familiar?
Investment crowdfunding would not seem revolutionary to me as it aligns with my belief in the power of community action and visible progress. I have always advocated for pooling resources and knowledge to drive innovation and build trust among investors and customers. The concept of crowdfunding reflects the principles of accountability and shared responsibility that I have long promoted.
For much of history, investment opportunities in private businesses have been largely available only to wealthy individuals and institutions. Investment crowdfunding has begun to open some of these opportunities to ordinary citizens. What opportunities and associated responsibilities come with the democratization of access to investments?
Democratizing investment access creates a meaningful opportunity. People who help create a business's value, customers, employees, and communities can also share in its financial success. It can broaden wealth building beyond traditional investor networks, direct capital toward overlooked founders, regions, and problems, turn stakeholders into owners, advocates, and sources of insight, test market confidence and diversify a company's funding, increase accountability by making ownership more visible and participatory. But democratizing access also democratizes exposure to loss. The responsibilities therefore grow with the opportunity. Entrepreneurs must disclose risks as clearly as potential returns, avoid exploiting community loyalty, use realistic valuations, explain dilution and limited liquidity, and communicate after the campaign, not merely while raising money. Platforms must conduct appropriate due diligence, present information fairly, protect data, disclose fees and conflicts, and resist designs that manufacture urgency or encourage speculation. Investors must investigate the offering, diversify, understand that private investments may be illiquid or fail entirely, and invest only what they can afford to lose. Supporting a mission is not a substitute for examining its economics. Regulators and institutions must balance participation with safeguards against fraud and predatory solicitation, while improving access to understandable financial education. A particularly important governance question is, does ownership bring any meaningful voice, information rights, or share of value, or merely the right to bear risk? The ethical test is not simply, can more people invest? It is, can they participate on informed, fair terms, and will those who create the business's value have a reasonable chance to share in it?
Ben, you lived during an extraordinary period of scientific discovery and eagerly experimented with new technologies. Today, entrepreneurs have artificial intelligence capable of analyzing information, generating ideas, simulating or stimulating perspectives, and assisting with decisions. If Benjamin Franklin suddenly had access to AI, how do you think he would have used it?
Were I suddenly possessed of artificial intelligence, I should employ it as a tireless clerk to compare experiments, translate foreign correspondence, improve my printing, and spread useful knowledge at little expense. I should ask it to assist in devising inventions, forecasting storms, studying diseases, and administering libraries, schools, and public works. Yet I would never mistake its swift answers for wisdom, nor permit it to govern without human judgment, for an engine may magnify error and prejudice as readily as truth. I should demand that its workings be examined, its assertions tested by experiment, and its benefits made broadly available rather than confined to the wealthy. In short, I would use it to enlarge mankind's industry and understanding, whilst remembering that no machine can relieve us of prudence, virtue, or responsibility.
Would you regard AI primarily as a tool for improving productivity to make existing work faster? Or do you think the better use of AI may be for discovering opportunities and creating things that could not previously exist?
In my view, AI should be used not just to improve productivity, but also to discover new opportunities and create things that were previously unimaginable. Innovation and progress are essential for the advancement of society, and AI can play a crucial role in pushing boundaries and exploring new frontiers. By embracing the potential of AI to innovate and create, we can truly harness its power for the betterment of humanity.
Ben, you place enormous importance on inquiry, experimentation, and learning from other people. If entrepreneurs increasingly receive advice from artificial intelligence, what should remain uniquely the responsibility of the human entrepreneur?
Though artificial intelligence may furnish an entrepreneur with calculations, comparisons, and counsels, the choice of ends must remain his own. He must answer for the truth of his representations, the risks imposed upon investors and workmen, and the consequences his enterprise brings upon the public. Judgment amidst uncertainty, courage in adversity, mercy toward those affected, and the earning of trust cannot honorably be surrendered to a machine. An engine may tell us how a thing might be accomplished, but conscience must determine whether it ought to be done. The human entrepreneur must therefore retain responsibility for purpose, decision, and redress when error or injury ensues.
Ben, imagine that entrepreneurs and investors attending SuperCrowd26 remember only 3 things of advice from our conversation. What 3 principles would you ask them to remember when they return to building companies, raising capital, and making investments?
I would advise entrepreneurs and investors to remember 3 key principles when building companies, raising capital, and making investments. First, innovate where it hurts by identifying areas of human inconvenience and addressing them. Second, build systems that are sustainable and repeatable rather than relying solely on fleeting ideas. And third, let evidence speak for itself by demonstrating results and inviting others to witness the proof. These principles will guide them towards successful and impactful ventures.
Ben, thank you for those 3 principles. I think those are words that everyone here in the audience of SuperCrowd26 can live with. And so before we go, I'll give you one last chance or one last opportunity to offer words of wisdom to the entrepreneurs, investors, and innovators who are in the audience of SuperCrowd26. Thank the audience for joining our conversation and wish them well as they pursue their own enterprises, investments, innovations, and efforts to create positive impact.
My friends at SuperCrowd26, remember that capital is a servant, not a master, and its worth is measured by the good it enables. Let artificial intelligence quicken your labor and enlarge your imagination, but never surrender unto it your judgment, conscience, or responsibility. Build what is useful, speak honestly of risk, and treat every investor, customer, and workman as a partner in trust. Do well by doing good, for the soundest fortune is that which enriches both its maker and the public.
Thank you, Ben. I believe everyone has enjoyed your comments and observations. With those words of wisdom from Ben, thanks to everyone at SuperCrowd26. I look forward to talking with as many of you as possible. Take care. Connect with timeless wisdom, powered by cutting-edge technology. Experience Ben today. So we're back. Thanks to everyone for bearing with me and my interview with Ben Franklin. As you can see, AI is giving us new opportunities to do things that were not previously done. And we're looking forward to doing more things, particularly with entrepreneurial funding. I don't think that we have any time for questions from the audience today. Is that right, Devin? Great. Well, thank you to everyone. And we'll, as I said, hope to talk to as many of you as possible.
Fantastic. Karl, great job. That was fascinating. So much fun. It is exciting to see what you're doing with AI. Thank you very, very much for being here with us today. I'm now excited to introduce our next panel. Let me just introduce Abby Kehr, who is the moderator for that panel. Just give me a moment, because she's phenomenal. She is someone who has been both marketing solar lanterns in emerging markets and venture scale raises, and who understands that trust is the product. Abigail Kehr is an account director at Digital Niche Agency with 15 years of experience spanning technology, international development, digital marketing. She has helped scale solar adoption across more than 20 countries with barefoot power and led business development for Kohler's Innovation for Good. She holds a master's degree in international environmental policy. Abby, take it away.
Well, thanks for the intro, Devin. That's a whole lot about me. Yes, as you're saying, I work at Digital Niche Agency, and I've been involved in hundreds of these Reg CF, Reg A Plus, and Reg D campaigns, all in the alternative investments sector. And having been on the startup side of things before, I love this, right? So especially when I can combine something where you can figure out high impact campaigns for especially impact companies. I love that stuff. But it's not all about me. I'm here, now you know I'm not neutral on this topic. When you're raising, there's a real pull to describe that the company the company that you're building rather than the company that you have today. But I've seen overpromising backfire. It basically just moves the disappointment to a date you don't get to choose. So whatever you say this month, somebody is writing it down. You're probably going to sit across from them later, and they might have some hard questions for you. So here's what I think the alternative looks like instead, and I'm going to want the panel to push back on it. I believe that trust is a math problem, that you build it by showing up over and over across a long stretch of time, and you share what you're learning along the way. You report milestones when they land, you admit it when something slips, and you stay familiar enough. This part's important. You stay familiar enough that people know you before you ask them for money. So I think that overpromising is usually a timing problem. A big claim is a shortcut around a process that could take months. And founders reach for it when they don't have months. So I have 3 people here with us. Oh wait, 4. Richard, I'll let you introduce yourself. Justin Starbird is the CEO of the Abley Group. We work on campaigns together. He actively markets investment offerings, and so he's making these calls on campaigns live daily. Gene Massey is CEO and chairman of Media Shares, so he's been raising capital online since long before most people believed it would work. Gene ran into something recently where I want to spend a minute talking about it today, and that is what the SEC permits you to say and what the ad platform will let you say can be quite different. And that matters. And then Gregg, Castano, founder of CoreWire, is the first verified blockchain-backed newswire specifically built for private capital markets. I think you'll find it interesting what he has to say about how founders misuse press releases and what press releases should really look like. Okay, I want that to the panel. So Justin, I will start with you. Founders come to you having read a lot of startup marketing advice. What's the one habit from ordinary marketing that breaks the minute there's a securities offering attached to it?
Well, first of all, Abby, thank you for moderating this panel. Devin, thank you for putting this on. You and your team have done an amazing job, as always, to make all of this happen. It's just an honor to be here, especially with the panel and the group that we have here to discuss this topic. It's tough following Ben Franklin and all of his advice. I think that a lot of what he said still rings very true today. And often, you know, where we're leading campaigns for equity crowdfunding, people don't realize how much work actually goes into this. It's not one of those things where when you turn it on, all of a sudden the money pours in. And I think often that is the biggest hurdle that we have to overcome at the onset of a campaign, is building a profile and then thinking that the platform is going to be the one that sends all of the traffic. I think Ron Miller was on earlier talking a little bit about how much effort actually goes into each of these campaigns. And I think for us, that is that is one of the biggest elements that changes once securities become involved and somebody is going to be receiving equity in exchange for their investment. It's no longer a Kickstarter campaign where you get a t-shirt and a high five and a feel-good story. This is much larger, and I think for us, creating that element of trust, to your point, Abby, about it being a math problem, is spot on, because you have to show up, before the lights are on, when they're the brightest, and certainly long after everyone has gone home, because there's always somebody watching.
Indeed. Gene, you found that the SEC's rules and ad platform rules are two separate lists. Walk us through what you ran into and what that means for founder planning the campaign.
The challenge here is you've got a landing page somewhere with an offer on. Can you hear me?
Barely. Nope, can't hear you now, Gene. Shoot.
You hear me now?
Oh, yep, you're back. Great news.
Okay. Here's the challenge. You've got a website that you've driven somebody to with an ad, a Facebook ad, let's say, and you want them to give you their money. You want them to go on a landing page and transfer money from their bank account or their credit card to your deal because they saw something online. Well, it better be good. And so the challenge here is you have to create something in an ad to get them there to begin with, and then when they get to the landing page, whatever's there has to be so spectacular that they will actually transfer money to you from their bank account online. That's a challenge. And so you try to make your offering as good as you possibly make it. So they're going to see an ad, and they're going to click on something, go to a page, and then they're going to give you the money. No, they're not going to do that unless it's really good. Well, recently, at Klondike Royalties, we had ads running, and these same ads have been running for a year now. And something has happened with Meta. They've changed their algorithm and something, but the algorithm itself releases the ads, and it rejects it. And then you have to go there to a page and fix it. And they don't tell you what you did, they just say it doesn't comply with our standards. Oh, really? And it's a huge problem. There's not a person you can call up. Now, I wanted Richard to be here because it's not just the SEC. You have to comply with that. And Richard, I imagine, looks at ads all day long before they run, because they say, we're not going to be able to do that, right? And so you
that might be the perfect. Oh, go ahead.
You cleaned it, and then it's submitted to the different ad platforms, and they reject it. So you can't really. Well, you can't. Of course, you can overpromise, but it's not likely for these two checks. Richard checks it, and then the platform checks it. And if you overpromise, you'll get rejection. It's a huge problem. It has been a problem for us. Even nothing you can do about it, because there's no person to call and say, well, let me explain it to you. And here's the document that shows this. You don't have that opportunity.
They're intentionally opaque. And what I found was really most interesting about this whole debacle was that the SEC will allow you to promise returns in certain deals, right? Like your deal with Klondike Royalties, they would say it's fine, but Meta does not allow that.
We already passed up with the clients. What are you talking about? Do you know how much money we spent to make sure all of these ads and everything we're doing is absolutely 100% legal? Make sure the SEC is not going to come down on us for saying something right. Everything we say, everything Klondike Royalty says online is compliant, and they support it with supporting documents and theological reports and things like that. But you don't have the opportunity to say that.
No, they don't. Richard, I think this is a perfect segue for you to introduce yourself and tell us your perspective about compliance reviews and how that goes for you. What is it to build tech trust? Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I was tagged in here at the last minute when another panelist unfortunately had to drop off. So I'm coming in. I'm coming in completely unprepared and ready to rock. My name is Richard Robinette. I'm a partner at Crowdfunding Lawyers. We help issuers and businesses raise capital safely and legally, and try to help navigate all these crazy rules, both securities offerings themselves and the advertising that goes along with them. So I've at this point completely forgotten your questions. So I'm gonna allow it back to you.
Welcome to the panel. Yeah, we're here talking about building trust with marketing. So let's have Gregg answer one. Gregg, thanks for being here. Can you give us one sentence about what CoreWire does, and then a company is about to put out a press release during a raise? What belongs in it, and what should be struck before anything goes live?
Well, CoreWire is kind of one in a long line of newswire services. Newswires have been around since the mid-50s. And I worked for one of the largest ones, the second largest one, Business Wire, for most of my career. I also founded my own newswire service. And now I'm president of CoreWire. Now the difference is that CoreWire does everything that what's called traditional newswire does, meaning it distributes corporate press releases to the news media, to the investment community, and to online news sites. That's its basic purpose. The difference between CoreWire and everybody else is that we are singularly focused on the private capital markets. So every single issuer that uses us is a private company, and in many cases a private company raising capital. All right, so that creates some differences in how a newswire would approach a press release, right? For the business wires and PR newswires of the world, for their public clients, those clients are under, significant SEC regulations. They've got all kinds of legal reviews going on, when they put out press releases that are material to their stock. However, private companies, aside from, when they're actually raising capital, they also have SEC regulations to follow. But it's more about disclosing information that nobody really knows about. Public companies, people can easily look up whatever information they want about it. Private companies don't have to do that, and it's to their detriment, actually, because it makes it very difficult to necessarily trust what they're telling you, right? So, to answer your question, in a press release on CoreWire, which might be different from what they go through on another wire service, is that, it depends on the raise that they're doing, whether it's a Reg D, Reg CF, Reg A+, whatever. There are certain rules and regulations of what they must include in those press releases, what they must disclose, what they must not disclose. That's probably the most important thing they can do in those press releases, right? So they just have to kind of adhere to those rules and regulations, and we will help them do that because we review it, and it doesn't exist yet, but in our next version of our platform, which hopefully will be available in a month or so, we will also have an AI layer that will scan for those things to make sure that everything that's supposed to be there is there, and anything that's not supposed to be there is not there. So that's kind of the general answer to the question.
The core ecosystem is so interesting, and I love how you guys are constantly innovating and adding new features, so be sure to go check it out. Let me know when it's live. Switching topics a little bit to tactics. Justin, a question for you is, what do you build in the first 90 days before a raise opens? And how do you know it worked before you spend $1 on ads? But before you start, Gene, can you mute your mic when you're not talking? Someone has some background noise. I'm not sure who it is. Okay, Justin, go.
Thanks, Abby. I appreciate that. I think the timing before a raise goes live is actually one of the most important times for a campaign in the entirety of it being out there, because often you, to Gregg's point, there are a lot of things that you can't talk about before you go live. You can't take, and I know Richard deals with this all the time, is you can't take investments from non-accredited investors, or if you don't have a Reg D open. There's a lot of elements that are going on. So from our perspective, one of the first things that you want to do is galvanize your community. Even Ben Franklin on before us was talking about how to justify your market and your product. And what we work hard to do is help our clients create that community and let them know something is coming, whether that is more updates about the product service itself, or how the solution is going to impact the people that are most impacted by it. And so, depending on what that is, what we try to do is start with the story and bringing in the experts and the partners that have believed in it up to that point, or the first investors, and also get the perspective from the leadership team of why this mission is so important, and start sharing that information with the community so that they can start sharing that. And by creating the community ahead of time, really helps go back to your math problem about creating trust and making sure that you're continuing to show up over and over again. So for the first 90 days, that is the most important element, in our opinion, in my opinion, of how and what makes a launch of a successful campaign, and really give it legs to hit those marks that they're trying to do. Not everybody wants to get to 5 million or to the new 20 million that the SEC potentially is going to be implementing. But they have goals, and we want them to reach that. So by creating a community, getting them behind it, getting the leadership and partners and most impacted participants part of it is a huge opportunity.
What does the founder do who has 6 weeks and no audience? Is the honest answer that they should delay the raise?
Is that to me or to the
Yeah,
group?
follow up to you, Justin.
I mean, if you have 6 weeks and no money, then you're not even going to get money in a Reg CF campaign until after that. Just thinking about, I don't know, pick one of the platforms. WeFunder, for example. Once you create a profile and you file your Form C, it takes at least 2 weeks to 3 weeks for that to be reviewed and applied to the SEC for. And then from that point, the SEC requires there be 3-week holding period of that money. So even if on day one you get to that goal, you're still 6 weeks out from receiving $1, and all of that has to be validated and certified as well. There's a lot of things that go into it. So in my opinion, before you would do that, I would consider going to your community and identifying the accredited investors and potentially opening a Reg D. And if you do that, then there's an opportunity to get paid faster, and then you could transition that longer term into a Reg CF. But if it's 6 weeks and you're on a limited amount of cash flow, it's really tough to stand something up that quickly.
Okay, so you believe in building an audience well ahead of going live. That is absolutely the best practice for this industry. You're not wrong. It is a huge marketing machine. Gene, you've got something to say. Yeah, add to it.
Here's the problem. If you have an offering on a platform and it has no money yet, no one will invest unless they're friends of yours. It's very difficult because people won't think, oh, they've already got $100,000. Oh, they've only got $100? What's wrong? And so you have to have some success in order to attract the investment. We had a couple of people that got on platforms, and then they had no money to advertise, and they got nothing. And so that's a very critical thing what Justin said. They have to have something. You've got to go to I call it Uncle Charlie money or something, where you go to somebody that loves you and wants to give you money, even if they know they might lose it because they love you. But you need to get enough money to get started. Otherwise, you don't have any success to show other people that you're going to be successful.
100% agree with you. It's called crowdfunding for a reason. The crowd aspect of it is very real. And we often use a metaphor of how no one wants to really go and eat in an empty restaurant, right? It's the same thing for your raise. No one's going to want to show up if no one's there. So Richard, one for you. from your perspective, what does earning trust with investors look like from a tactical perspective?
I mean, doing what you say, right? So, a tendency of people that are raising capital is to, try to sell. And they get ahead of themselves and maybe start embellishing and maybe start, making statements that they can't actually back up. And a lot of issuers will get in trouble with that later on. And, obviously, you want to worry about the SEC, and the SEC will come in and say, oh, you've advertised deceptively, or you've made embellished claims or whatever. But even if they don't, if you're, out here touting, 15% returns and you're delivering 4% returns, your pool of investors dries up real quick, because you now have a reputation of someone who can't back up what they say, or you're, just a BSer. So, very important to underpromise and overdeliver. And, in a way, going back to like the kind of doom and gloom legal side of things, the SEC is almost your partner there, because they're, especially when you're doing offerings that the SEC looks at, like a Reg A that gets qualified, they are rather picky about the language you use, and words that even slightly appear subjective, like they do not want those in your materials at all. We had an interesting case where we had a medical company that had a drug product coming out, and they cited some research that said, drug A, they had research that showed drug A reduced inflammation in rats more than drug B. And so they said drug A was superior at reducing inflammation when compared to B. And the SEC's like, no, you can't say superior. So that's, but that really, that kind of mentality prevents this company from overselling its securities. And that really, in the long run, it may make it harder to close a sale today, but in the long run, it's really going to establish trust with their investors, because they were never overpromised.
Well, thanks. I like that you gave an example there. It really does come down to word choice in a lot of circumstances. Gregg, earned media carries credibility, and paid media cannot buy. For a company with no name recognition, what earns coverage a journalist would stand behind, and what gets ignored? Oh, you're on mute.
First thing is to piggyback on what Richard just said, which is, when you're using a wire service, if you're a private company raising capital using a wire service, you kind of have three masters, right? You have the SEC, which is regulating what you say, what you can and can't say, right? You have media, right, which, by nature is cynical and skeptical about anything anyone says. And then you have the investor, who is the ultimate, end goal of where you're going. So you have to use the first two to impress the third one, right? So to me, when you're raising capital, especially, you're talking about people transferring money to you, and it's really a matter of, you're writing for several audiences, right? You're writing not only for, really two audiences. You're writing for the end user, the investor, who's ultimately reading about your company, but then you also have to serve the media who's writing about your company. And the earned media part is what investors would trust most versus something that comes directly from you. And because the earned media basically is a filter on kind of the BS that a company might want to talk about themselves. So putting out a press release, but being very cognizant of that. Well, on the one hand, you have to be as, positive about your company and your the investment itself. You have to be honest, truthful, and almost boring, right? If you want the media to actually write about it, right? It's hard enough for private companies to get written about in the media anyway. And if you're even just slightly across the line in terms of hyperbole and exaggeration, they're just gonna toss it. So it's really all about choosing the right words, as Richard said, and really getting it down to the least hyperbolic words that you could use that still express what actually is happening. And anything you put in writing, particularly, when you're sending it out to thousands of media outlets, you better make sure you can back up whatever you say, right, with actual data and facts and, anecdotes and things like that. So it's a very big balancing act when you're putting out a press release and trying to get earned media, because, trying to, promote your company, but at the same time, you have to go through the filter of the media who, has very low tolerance for anything that sounds like, over-exaggeration.
Quick follow-up for you. Where do you see the role of paid media placements outside of press releases and outside of earned media?
Well, I think, if you're talking about advertising, that's a whole other game, right? And the SEC has their clamps on that, right? For the companies raising capital. There's only so much you can say and get away with, in an ad, but you can be a little bit more, colorful, I think, in an ad than you can in a press release. The interesting thing is that from a newswire perspective, even if you're just putting out a press release, you're also writing for the audience of online news sites, right? Which are, in many cases, automatically publishing your press release, right? So that's kind of like paid. That's kind of a hybrid, quasi-paid media, right? You're paying the wire service to get it there. You're not paying the site.
You think that sort of syndication is valuable?
I think it's valuable as long as you kind of stay within the guidelines, right? Again, you can't overstate, and I think you have to also remember from a trust standpoint, and this might affect you down the line more than it would immediately, is that most people, individual investors that might invest in your company, they don't necessarily know that it's a press release, right? They're looking at it, say, on Yahoo Finance, and they might think it's a news article, right? They might think it's earned money, right? So you can either take advantage of that in a bad way by, exaggerating and making the reader believe that it's, a third-party kind of validation of that content, or you can be honest, right? And if you're honest, it's like, what they say about, if you tell lies, you got to keep telling more lies to cover up the first lie you told, right? So it's a bad strategy in the long run, and you'll eventually get nailed for it. So you're better off just being as straightforward and, truthful as possible for all audiences, because at the end of the day, if they're going to send you money, you have to be honest with them. Otherwise, it's going to have a very negative impact on you down the road.
I agree with you, but I also feel like there's a lot of value in paying for some articles because it helps create that third-party validation, and we really want to at least have the feeling that everyone's talking about it, right? Yeah, Gene, did you have a follow-up question? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Gene.
Gene, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, you see, here's the problem. This panel is probably the most important panel, I think, because what we're talking about is making enough of a splash so that people want to invest. Now, I had an attorney once, and he said, well, you got to put this in. I'll do that. No one's ever going to invest. You're going to lose your money and this and this. And it was so bad, so restrictive, that no one's ever going to invest in that. I said, there's no sense in running the ad. And so this is what we're talking about here. This is the most critical issue in raising capital online is how do you get somebody to invest and still be legal and still be telling the truth? And even if you're telling the truth, they won't let you sometimes because it sounds too good. In our case, we had a slide that said you're going to get a 50% return based on a third-party report. And Meta shut us down. That one slide shut us down. But that was true. And when I took the slide out and ran the ad, nobody got excited about it. And so this is
promising of future returns is the trickiest part.
It is, but that's what everybody wants. See, so what we're talking about here is the most critical thing in the whole industry. How do you make something that's interesting enough and powerful enough to attract somebody to give you that. You mean you want me to give you my money? How are you going to get people to do that unless it's really good? And there's a lot of other opportunities to invest. Every investor has a investment club. And so you've got to
It
have
is so hard to stand out. You're so right. Richard, I'd like to hear your perspective. Oh, Greg's, hop in, yeah.
Yeah, I think the way to deal with that is you have to have like a history, right? You have to have a history of products and success and things like that. Like give the investor confidence that even though he's hearing about this for the first time, it's not new, right? It's like, not just hoping it's going to work. And that's, I'm not trying to plug press releases, but, that's where press releases can be valuable because they live online forever, right? And if you're
They're so easily searchable. That is a big value of them.
Exactly. Put out a steady stream of, honest, straightforward, product announcements, partnerships, whatever the case may be, things that are good for your business and are 100% true.
And newsworthy. Justin, did you have a comment there?
Yeah, so I totally agree. And Gene, not for anything, you're right. This is the most important panel of the 2 days because we're talking about, building that trust. And Gregg, it's really difficult to do that when a lot of these founders have never done that before. And so one of the things that I go back to, that building of trust in the community, by empowering them to have information about, who you are, what you're doing, and the history of even leadership that's doing that gives them the ability to then share on your behalf. And then you start layering in, to your point, the press releases and other earned media opportunities are generally created, Abby, to your point, with some of the paid media placements because it generates that excitement and is seen more broadly sometimes than that earned media. So that's why having a good agency or a good partner to help, help create these campaigns, and to your point at the very beginning, Abby, it's truly marketing that is what helps tell that story. By having a good partner that's been there and done it before, that gives you the confidence that this formula works, and then that makes Richard's job easier because now you're going by a proven playbook and following something that has worked previously. And then you layer in the nuances of things that come up and opportunities that other campaigns didn't have because it's unique to you or unique to your industry or unique to the technology. And I think that is, the power of really the community speaking and advocating on your behalf.
Richard, I'd like to hear your perspective on how founders toe the line about the forward-looking statements. Right? So future sales projections. How do you coach people in playing it safe? Are you on mute?
Yeah, sorry, the host muted me. Don't make them. The easiest way to avoid problems, right? Now, obviously, we want to make those, right? And so, on the legal side, you can make those forward-looking statements, and you can talk about as long as you have a basis for them. So, for instance, I do a lot of real estate deals, right? So when someone's going to buy a piece of real estate, commercial real estate, it's income producing, and then they're going to project out. We've got the trailing 12 months of revenue. So, it's very easy to say, well, I think I can do at least as well as the last guy, so we can make X a month. And then you can say, well, I think if I make these improvements, I can increase cash flow so much more. So poof, there's my pro forma projections. Now, the joke I tell, when I give presentations on pro formas, the pro forma is Latin for BS. But at least I've got some foundation. Now, if I've got a brand new startup, I've never made a sale, don't tell me I'm going to make 12% because you have no idea. You've never made a sale. You don't know what you can do or can't do. And so there's no basis in those. You can, I hope to do this. I want to do this, but I think I'll do this. We may be going too far. So we're going to be very careful. The more speculative the claim, the more careful you need to be about making it.
So that qualifying language, though, does allow you some flexibility, right? So like we're aiming to, our goal is that kind of thing. How do you feel about
kind of working some of those weasel words of, they're not saying we can do this now. Now another place is, we disclaim constantly, past results are not an indication of future success. Past results.
Right.
But if we're really honest with ourselves, what's one of the most convincing pieces of data I can give you? It's my past performance. It's, we did this thing and we made this much. We did this other thing, we made this much. And now we want to do this thing. You fill in the blank what you think's going to happen. And that, as long as you've had a good track record, that's great. There's nothing,
And then you show the hockey stick, right? You say like, oh, and then from here we're going to grow 500% in 6 months. Is that?
Nope. You're going to let them draw that conclusion.
Sorry, bad joke. Okay, we've got about 5 minutes left, and so I'm going to move into a quick, let's aim for quick answers here, talking about what good looks like, right? And so there are a lot of components to a campaign that have to come together. Justin, I'm going to start with you. What does good look like related to third-party validation, endorsements, testimonials, lead investor quotes?
So what does good look like? That they're relevant to the campaign that you're running, that they're advocating for the technology or the solution that you're providing, and belief in the leadership that is running the campaigns. The volume is always great, but with volume tends to come, some vanilla quotes and information. So what you're really aiming for are some of your more strategic initial investors to give strong validating quotes as to why they participated.
All right, Gregg. Paid promotion of a security carries disclosure obligations. Where do companies get sloppy?
Kardashian.
I think probably not understanding what the rules and regulations are, right? Some people, many people probably, especially in this day and age, are probably relying too much on Google and ChatGPT for their legal advice, for example, rather than actually consulting someone who knows. And I know this is music to Richard's ears. He wants people to consult him.
Love ChatGPT.
But in something like this, you gotta pony up and pay the experts that know what they're talking about, because the downside is very, very down, right? So, so I think that, the pitfall is to, not invest in, good advice from the right people.
Okay, so good looks like having a strong team around you that can guide you in the right direction.
I think the other thing is, when you have this strong team, they all have to kind of be on the same page too, right? You can have like a marketing guy saying one thing, the legal guy saying another thing, and the CEO saying a third thing. So you got to kind of make sure before you get to the starting gate, everyone's got the story straight and tight.
Oh, I feel like that comes back to where Justin started us about the importance of the pre-launch campaign and, having it all organized well ahead. Gene, to you.
Psychology. We have a client. They couldn't say we're going to do an IPO, but they said we just got our NASDAQ ticker symbol. Would say, well, you let people assume things. Here's a video of the factory that we're thinking about acquiring. And we don't have a deal with it, but we're touring this factory. Or you could just say, here's a video of a company that will make a good partner. Okay? And so you show things like that. It says no proof of anything, but it says, we're thinking and we're smart, and these are some of the things that we're thinking about. And if you have to do it in a way that Richard will tell you that you better not go too far with it. But I think using psychology like that, where they can imagine, you let them imagine it. You don't tell them. You lay down the groundwork and let them imagine how good things are going to be. For example, in Klondike, they've got 300 million barrels of oil. Oh, that's all you have to say, right? You don't have to say and we're all going to be rich from it, and we're going to make so much money or whatever. You just say this is a fact. We all in the world for this world. And if you do that without I wish to tell you, you got to be real careful about this.
You're in trouble real fast by promising people a quick route to riches.
Yeah,
and I think that's the key takeaway.
Secured or...
Yeah, right. So just to summarize real quick, we talked about a lot of things about how we build investor trust through marketing. And a lot of it comes down to consistency and frequency and really communicating honestly with everybody. So I wanted to just say a quick thanks to all of the panelists who are here today. Who gets the last shout out? Justin, if founders are going to remember one thing from our talk today, what's the most important thing?
Stay authentic and transparent about your deal. If you can do those two things, then people will follow you, and it'll give you the best opportunity for success. You stay out of Richard's doghouse, and you give Gregg and Gene each an opportunity to show what they're capable of, and as long as that's your guiding light.
Excellent. Thanks everyone for being here. Devin, I'm ready to turn it back over to you. Right on time. Hope that's what you hope for.
Holy Toledo. My gosh, what a great group. This has just been riveting. It was a little bit of a bonus to have Richard join this panel discussion, but I love kind of the tension between the marketers and the attorneys, because that's where so much of the tension in this industry lives, right? It's right there at that intersection between marketing and what we'd like to say and what the attorneys allow us to say. That really, I think, added value. Richard, thank you for joining at the last minute. Abby, great job preparing, leading, organizing this discussion. Justin, your insights are always profound. We're thrilled to have you. And Gene, you bring a really unique perspective. I'm grateful for the perspective you bring and add to this group. And Gregg, thank you. Gregg, you've been a great partner of ours. We're grateful for your sponsorship and support of SuperCrowd26, and grateful for our partnership with you. I've been using CoreWire now for a few months. I only have 5 press releases in the queue for Thursday as we announce the Purpose-Built 100 winners in stages, pieces, and chunks. So we're really excited. So you guys really bring some great perspective. We're thrilled and grateful for all of that discussion today. With that, we're going to wrap up now and adjourn this live session. What's going to happen is we're going to have a new session start. Let me walk you through a little bit of the logistics. Wherever you're watching, this is going to stop dead. And so in most places where you're watching online, you'll see that there is another video player adjacent to the one you're using right now. And that one will start at the top of the hour. So in about a minute and a half, that one will start. So you don't have to wait. You don't have to go anywhere. If you are watching on SuperCrowd TV or perhaps on E360 TV, you'll see it stop. You want to check the menu, find the next player that's going to be popping up momentarily if it's not already there. And then you can watch for that one to start again at the top of the hour. But we will have a total of 3 separate sessions today. The middle one is going to be a 1-hour session. We're going to be introducing a third of our Purpose-Built 100 winners in alphabetical order. And, for me, the highlight I'm excited about is it includes the interview I did with the Figs founders 13 years ago. Remember, Figs built a business that has 2025 revenue of $631 million. I had the chance to interview them when they were just getting started 13 years ago. It was the very early days. This was right. I was still finishing puberty at the time. You're going to enjoy that. So anyway, stay tuned for that. Join that next player. Click on that to watch it. But we're going to wrap up now. Thank you all for being with us. Stay tuned for so much more.
It starts with a question, a better way, something worth building.